Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Because this is not a debate about institutional design. This is a debate about the future of Jamaica. The destructive force of Hurricane Melissa can be a blessing in disguise if the short-term pain unlocks the long-term transformation of this country. $2 trillion, the largest injection of capital into this economy in our history. This could solve the age-old problems that have been Jamaicans for generations. It is not the magnitude of the storm that defines a disaster. It is the nation's response to the disaster of the storm. Let us not make this crisis go to waste in building a better Jamaica. We could build roads that do not flood every season, drains that channel water rather than carry away communities, government buildings that do not shame the people who work in them, houses that are designed for Jamaicans to live in with dignity, not relics of an era before black Jamaicans were smaddified. We have the money to build a new Jamaica, but we are choosing the governance structures of the old plantocracy. Instead of heeding 28 civil society organizations, instead of heeding 29 members, I see you member, 29 members of parliament, instead of heeding the joint submission of Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environment Trust, this government presses forward. The Auditor General, even before this bill has even passed, has already launched a Hurricane Melissa Relief Governance Audit because the patterns of mismanagement were already present. They're visible in the early relief response. The Auditor General is already auditing the relief, and this government is passing a law to keep scrutiny away from the reconstruction. They have seen the scrutiny coming.
1 minute, make a fix it like a different people.
We are not building the Nara that Jamaica needs. We are building the conditions that will...
Print worry-free in color at a really low cost. Epson EcoTank printers. It's not just fabulous, it's totally printabulous.
With $2 trillion to accelerate the next collapse. Worse,
we're trying to fix it, but I think we're doing it wrong.
Mr. Speaker, they may pass this bill today. You have the numbers. You may ignore the 28 civil society groups. You may dismiss the 29 MPs who have expressed concerns about this bill. You may look past the Bahamian forensic audit, the Haitian failure, the Auditor General's work already in the public domain, your own scandals. You have the power to pass this bill today, but the people have the power to judge you tomorrow. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane, you don't talk, you are the Casanova of sweetheart deals. The Casanova of sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago and now face another hurricane season in 6 weeks, when they realize what was done here today, you will never be forgiven. So let my words go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darliston shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you removed from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who use the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered. But
go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, a thief in lion self, dog. Go ahead. You ugly like.
Member from St. Ann Southeastern, you now have the floor. Member from Southeast St. Ann, you now have the floor.
So the bag of criminal them up in our house. That's fix them in our house, man.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are indeed discussing and debating a legislation that has far-reaching implications. We are doing this, we are here having this conversation because of what Hurricane Melissa revealed. It revealed the fragility of our housing, the weakness of our infrastructure, and the reality that too many Jamaicans are living one shock away from
I was
losing
gone,
everything.
Master Curry done it.
Homes destroyed, businesses devastated, roads washed out, families forced to split up because basic systems failed. Mr. Speaker, the hurricane didn't create these conditions. It revealed them. And like the hurricane, this bill forces us to answer a critical question about our country. The question was asked in Steerfield, St. Ann, last week, after the killing of two young men by the police. It is being asked by families still waiting to rebuild. It is being asked by young people trying to find work and trying to figure out their futures. The question, Mr. Speaker, what kind of country are we living in? Mr. Speaker, this is not a question to express frustration. It's a question about how power is exercised in this country.
You can buy this home for $3.5 million, but the location, priceless. Come take a look.
Citizens, participants, or bystanders, waiting, sitting in limbo. We cannot examine this bill, Mr. Speaker, without answering this question. The issue is not whether we should rebuild quickly. Actually, we must, at a pace and at a scale like we've never seen before. The issue is, how do we rebuild? Do we rebuild through the systems or around the system? Because Jamaica does not need only one part of Jamaica working.
You know, see how
Jamaica
Daryl
needs
Vaz
the
him did
entire
that going with him
system
crosses,
functioning. Not one authority delivering, but ministries, agencies, and communities working together. This bill does none of that. This bill is focused on building concentration of power, and concentration of power in a way that does not have any accountability attached to it. What Jamaica needs, Mr. Speaker, it needs embedding, engagement, and empowerment. Embedding the strengthening of what allows for the strengthening of what exists. Engagement allows for the involvement of people, and empowerment allows us to enable action where people live. If the system is broken, Mr. Speaker, Creating one powerful authority does not fix it. It works around it. It undermines it. It makes matters worse. And I'm not talking here theoretical. I'm speaking based on the evidence. You look at the writings from the UN and it says true resilience depends on strengthening institutions, local governance, and participation. The World Bank goes further. It says where recovery is embedded, systems improve, capacities grow, and countries get stronger. However, where recovery efforts bypass national systems, projects are delivered, but systems remain weak and failure returns. Mr. Speaker, let us look at two examples. Indonesia. After the tsunami, Indonesia created a powerful reconstruction authority in Aceh. It had control, it had funding, it had speed. And yes, they built some houses, some roads, some infrastructure at scale. But Mr. Speaker, it operated outside the normal system. Ministries were bypassed, local capacity was not built, and when the authority ended, guess what? The system was left behind. Everything collapsed. The system was still weak, projects slowed down, coordination weakened, and the country had to rebuild its systems after rebuilding its infrastructure. The second example comes from New Zealand. After the earthquake in Christchurch, similarly, it created a central authority with sweeping powers. It could override local government. It could fast-track decisions.
Marjorie, me say
and
you're sick of them.
It moved quickly. But communities were sidelined. Local voices were weakened. People began to realize that decisions were being made about them without them. Trust declined. Plans had to be revised, and participation had to be reintroduced. So, Mr. Speaker, in Indonesia, they built fast, but did not build the system.
Yeah.
In Christchurch, they moved fast, but they left people out. And in both cases, something essential was lost. The fact that countries that build systems recover. Countries that bypass their systems are doomed to repeat their failure. Mr. Speaker, let's put that another way. Speed without system is deferred collapse, because it's not a matter of if. If the systems are not in place, failure is certain. Speed without systems is deferred collapse. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates an authority that can act, direct, and override. It is a super authority. It is a supernova. Oh, sorry, a supernara. A supernara. And yes, as we see elsewhere, it will get things done. It will build, but it will not transform. Because it is designed to do things. It is not designed to change how things are done. But imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine a NARA embedded in the system, cutting through delays, clearing bottlenecks, forcing coordination, modernizing processes and legislation, not replacing the system, Mr. Speaker, but making the system work. Mr. Speaker, that is transformation in practice. One of the most telling things about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is what is missing. Well, a lot is missing. But let me talk about two things which are missing. One is structured participation by the people. The other is the implications for rural Jamaica. So while the bill aims to rebuild communities, it excludes the communities from decision making. This is not a policy flaw. This is failure to understand and appreciate this critical tenet of democracy, the people's voice. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for consultation with relevant persons, but it does not define who they are, how consultation should occur, or how long it must last. And yet, the authority may even affect zoning, land use. How do you do that without getting input from the people who are affected? So, Mr. Speaker, imagine a clause with language that speaks to ensuring that all major reconstruction and resilience projects and any material changes to land use or zoning are subject to public consultation prior to approval. Or language that require a notice of proposed projects and programs to be published in the Gazette, or a minimum consultation period which must be observed. I don't think this is asking too much. The people deserve to have a say in this legislation. Now, the other area which is invisible is the treatment of rural Jamaica. When the hurricane passed, it revealed farm roads that were never properly maintained, drainage systems that had long outlived their usefulness, communities served by roads that were always one rainfall away from isolation. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing about these things. It does nothing about the roofs that blow off in Coombs and Cowley. It does nothing about the informal settlements across the country in places like Pine Walk and Parrytown, or the embankments that broke away in various parts of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not accidental. It is the result of a development model that centralizes decision-making, prioritizes large, visible investments, and treats rural communities as secondary. And this bill repeats the errors of the past and will condemn rural communities to failure as they've always been. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is invisible in design will not be visible in the outcome. The bill, therefore, should include provisions to address equity and inclusion in development. The authority, for example, could be required to ensure that reconstruction and resilience efforts
No man, they come to Parliament ready to come pass it,
and
man.
underserved communities. The authority could also be required to allocate
Them a
a
dopey bag.
defined portion of resources to rural and vulnerable communities, and ensure representation of rural stakeholders in planning and decision making. Mr. Speaker, if we do remember what we've always done, we will get the results we've always gotten. This is a chance to do things differently. And if we don't, Mr. Speaker, rural Jamaica will remain underserved, under-prioritized, and unseen. And I go further, Mr. Speaker, because when you have the authority that is currently being vested in the NARA, it will also mean that the small projects that benefit rural communities will be sidelined. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the issue of transformation. The bill speaks of transformation in the objects, and we support that. It speaks of it, but it does not show how it will deliver it.
Tap up the screen now, man.
Transformation requires stronger institutions. Transformation requires better systems. Transformation requires inclusive governance. What this bill does is that it promises faster execution and centralized control. It accelerates delivery, but leaves the system unchanged. Mr. Speaker, it is not accidental. It's a design flaw. It is a flawed approach. It is an approach which must be revisited. You cannot build resilience by curtailing systems. Even if you build infrastructure and the systems are not in place, as I said earlier, you're doomed to fail. Mr. Speaker, the bill states that the authority shall prepare, implement, and oversee projects, and may do anything necessary. But nowhere does it require the authority to strengthen institutions, reform systems, or leave behind a lasting capacity to carry the work forward. One of the most difficult things with these institutional arrangements, Mr. Speaker, is that it's difficult to transition. When you have all the power and the resources that are now being vested in NARA, it's almost impossible to transition to the ministries and the agencies. And so that is why the bill must make the provisions to embed the authority, not to create a separate entity, but to ensure it works through the existing system. So, in order to move from an execution mandate to a transformation mandate, consideration should be given to language along these lines. That the authority should prioritize the strengthening of existing government institutions, systems, and processes to ensure long-term resilience. And that it should also identify and eliminate inefficiencies in approval and implementation processes. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want the system to get better. We want, after NARA, we function as if NARA was in every agency, in every ministry. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question earlier on. What kind of country are we living in? Is the question from Steerfield, it's the question from our young people. But we must also ask ourselves this evening, what kind of country do we want to live in? A country where power is centralized, a country where citizens are excluded, where accountability is selective, or one where systems are strong, where people are included, where the future is secure. Mr. Speaker, if we rebuild without fixing the system, we are not building resilience. We are rebuilding vulnerability. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have only one request left. Let's send this bill where it belongs. Let's send it where it belongs, to a joint select committee, because we know it can be much better than what is presented here. I thank you.
Member from St. James Southern.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. It would be a dereliction of duty and a breach of the promise that I made to the people of South St. James if I did not speak on a bill of this magnitude. One which the Prime Minister himself described as amongst the most consequential pieces of legislation to come before the country in recent times. So for me, this is not abstract. If I remain silent, I would dishonor the 9 lives lost in South St. James during Hurricane Melissa. The homes destroyed, destroyed, the businesses disrupted, the livelihoods affected, and the children who are still traumatized, still without normalcy, still waiting for life to stabilize. So today, I do not come with theory. We have heard the data from the government ministers. We have heard the estimates. We have heard the scale of the damage as they see it from drones or from their living rooms. But today, I speak from what those numbers do not show. I speak from lived experience, from communities that are still recovering, still rebuilding, still waiting, and still nowhere near that resurgence and resilience that the government is advancing in their newest slogan. In South St. James, that reality is not abstract. It is in Springmount, where the main access road remains a daily challenge for residents trying to get into Montego Bay. It is along the Hampton to Gutters corridor, where people must navigate sections of a narrow one-lane road.
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi walking makes you young. Make it a habit.
Give in. If you slip, you slide. It is in Garland's Maroon Town Bickersteth, where families are still trying to stabilize their living conditions. People still live under tarpaulin. And I'm not saying they're living under a structure covered by tarpaulin no more. It is in Niagara, Cambridge, and Stonehenge, where residents are still struggling with housing repairs, basic infrastructure, and in many cases are still not captured by
yet Nara now go fix up them like a bill parliament and all kind of foolishness.
No roof for them under roof.
Nonsense this man.
And it is in communities like Roehampton, Johnson Common, Johnson, where the question is not policy, but when help will finally reach. But let me say clearly, I support the need for faster reconstruction. I support coordination. I support removing unnecessary delays. And I say that as a member of parliament who, within weeks of Hurricane Melissa, was approached by an international donor agency, prepared to assist South St. James in a meaningful way. They wanted to build 25 homes at their own expense. They proposed water sourcing solutions and electricity build-out support for affected communities. I took that proposal through the system, engaging permanent secretaries, ministers, heads of ODPEM. I even enlisted the help of the leader of the opposition to try to get it to move. Months later, that approval has not been granted. 25 residents who could be in homes are held back because of one signature. But supporting, you have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed does not mean accepting the diagnosis without question. Because we are being told that procurement is the problem. That procurement is what is holding back recovery. From where I stand, that is a challenge, but not the biggest challenge we are experiencing in the gap between disaster and relief. When the government wanted Starlink devices, they came into the country quickly, no procurement issue there. There was urgency, there was movement, there was delivery. I got one in a hurricane-ravaged constituency. I gave it to a community. And today, those same devices are the subject of review by the Auditor General, with questions being raised about documentation and proper accounting. So procurement did not slow that down. What was missing was accountability. Procurement again. Shelters were activated. People were moved into those shelters, but in too many cases, people were left without adequate food for days after the storm. no cut. That was not a procurement issue. Food could have been sourced. Food could have been delivered. That was a failure of coordination and management. We saw cases where individuals listed as shelter managers were no longer present, some dead, some migrate. That's not procurement. That's a systems failure. We saw food packages being distributed through the JDF. And while that distribution moved quickly, it often reached the same individuals repeatedly, while others who were in genuine need remained at the back of the line and are still waiting. That is not procurement. That is a failure of targeting, coordination, and oversight. The system has shown that it can move. The question is how it moves, who it reaches, and whether it is accountable when it does. This is not a procurement problem. This is a systems problem. It is a problem of coordination, a problem of follow-through. It is a problem of weak management.
Corruption.
And
Just
it is
use the
a
word.
problem of accountability
A
and
real corruption,
transparency,
a problem, and not
not being
procurement.
consistently enforced. And if the diagnosis is wrong, then the solution is gonna be wronger. What this bill really does, it is against that reality that this bill must be examined. Because when I reviewed it carefully, one thing became clear. Narrow, you know. This is not a narrowly tailored recovery framework. It's not narrow at all. Under Section 25, it extends beyond disaster response into designated strategic investment projects across multiple sectors. So this is not just about rebuilding. This is about restructuring how development decisions are made in this country without guardrails. And when we look at how that structure is designed, three concerns arise. First, under Section 22, 3, and 4, the authority can issue directives and the minister can override decisions of approving entities. What can go so? That is not coordination. That is the replacement of independent decision making. Secondly, under Section 3 and the schedule, there is no independent governing board. Under Section 5, the CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. Under Section 13, the minister can give binding directions. Power is concentrated, but oversight is weakened. No firm guarantee that the hardest hit communities, Moko, Janzal, Flamstead, Tangle River, will come first. We don't know who then go choose. These concerns are not isolated. The opposition has raised them. Civil society has raised them. The media has raised them.
We raise them too.
Voices within the government benches have raised them, and I'm not talking about my neighbor in West Central St. James. I'm talking about those on the government benches who pull us aside and say, don't stop fighting, because we can't say nothing for ourselves. That collective voice is not saying stop. It is saying send the bill to a joint select committee, a time-bound committee. So the opposition is not saying delayed, time-bound. We can get things done. One that works quickly, but ensures the bill is properly tested and strengthened. And we're here. The opposition is ready to do the work, ready to sit the long hours. We're doing it tonight. Ready to move with urgency, but also insisting that we must move responsibly. This authority will manage billions of dollars, trillions even. Trillions of dollars is not abstract. They represent real resources that the Jamaican people will ultimately have to pay back. They shape national priorities. They determine what gets done and what must wait. So the issue is not just speed, it is how decisions are made, it is how resources are directed, and it is whether the system ensures fairness. Finally, because if we are not careful and NARA not being narrow, it will make relief further from the people who need it most. The responsibility before us is not just to act, although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline, fairness, accountability, not buzzwords, words the government ought to get comfortable with. Because if we get the system right, recovery will follow. But if we get the system wrong, this bill risks leaving Jamaicans with a heavy bill to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Trelawney Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good question, Christopher. Good question.
Other than
Time for rise up. Time for rise up.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker,
The JLP party
I
is now
rise this
drifting
evening not to
machine.
get
So true.
involved in an intellectual debate. I rise not to make a speech to pander to the crowd. I rise this evening to support a bill that puts Jamaica first. I rise this evening because that is the slogan we have. We put Jamaica first. And we don't do that. Allow me to speak, I allow you. And we do not put Jamaicans first only when we are in election mode. We put Jamaica
Corruption,
first
man.
when Jamaicans need the help from their government. And as I listened to some of the presentations, and I'm going to quote your last speaker, who said, there are those on the government side who say, don't stop. Let me explain to you that there are those on your side who will not vote Labour, but who have expressed the view that there are times when as parliamentarians we need to stand together for the betterment of this country. And I
No man go sit on one side. I don't know where you did that chat, sir.
And so I want to commend to you all this evening that this is not time to campaign, because the campaign is over.
Oh, yes, how's that class say somebody come from? When I hear them a madness, sir.
And the people of Jamaica have spoken. They have chosen a government, and the government has a prime minister. So when we are speaking about the disaster that Jamaicans face,
Jamaica did really vote for now and not buy out the people. Them. I wish one of them.
talk about make black people smuddy and puss and butter. That is for an election campaign. That is not
You mind go sit down.
to address
Oh,
the
corruption.
seriousness
Defense. Go sit down one
of
side. Go
what
sit down.
Jamaicans suffer. I'm going to say to you that only last week, I had to reach out
Chavan Brazil.
to a minister to help students to be able to take their exams up at the university because their parents have suffered tremendous damage under Melissa and are unable to pay the fees. Hold on.
So where that for
This
now?
is what NARA has come. Hold on.
And Nara go fail, you know.
What
If Nara now go
NARA
fail something
bill
wrong,
has
everything
come
100%
to
fail.
address
Everything.
The devastation that has been experienced by a Category 5 hurricane that we have never experienced before is immense. And people are suffering.
Seems like when I
And
know black
it
Jamaican,
doesn't
they
care
can't. The whole of
that
them, the
while
Andrew and black
all
Jamaican will
address
be
the
foolishness.
fact that you are
And the
waiting
son don't want a white man, you know.
you have not
And the son don't want a
taken
white
time
man, so they
to
take it. They
recognize
should even die our
that
yourself.
extreme conditions require extreme measures and people need help now. And hold on, you are talking about corruption. Corruption does not come with the NARA bill. We have said corruption for generations. We have called it while you're in power. We have called it over here. NARA is not bringing corruption to this country. What NARA seeks to do is to assist persons
Little man
who
top
are
chat
in
garbage.
dire
All of this
distress.
stuff is even in
The
parliament.
same persons that you speak about in your constituency. And I say to you, as other speakers have said, you are seeking perfection over helping the people of this country. You look and
Now, what's your
read
chat
the
say?
bill. This is not, yes, that is exactly. And there are, I say to you, there are sensible people who have contributed in this parliament. They belong over your side. And believe me, I am saying to you, they believe that this is one such time that we need to
Allah,
come
you
together
tell.
and pass this bill so that we can help Jamaicans to survive the disaster that has overtaken us. This is not time to refer to people on this side as puss and butt against puss mouth. That is for your election campaign, which you lost. You lost it. You lost the elections. And this is a government that the people have chosen. And I say to you tonight that your speaker said Jamaicans are going to judge us. They have judged us. That is why, despite the viciousness of the election campaign, this government is now the government of Jamaica.
Oh man, go sit down one side. The amount of vote on the buy.
Despite
The amount of vote on the
viciousness
buy for the day. The amount of lockdown, digital and live.
which
And thief
speakers
ballot
on
box and
that
thief
side
all kind of stuff. Go
have
sit down.
to continue.
You know, no
The
shame.
people have spoken. And I want to say this evening, I want to say to you this evening,
But Jamaica people are really idiot for true.
Jamaicans are waiting for the government to reach out and to help them. Remember,
For 25 years, Digicel has been keeping Jamaica better connected. From late night calls to the texts, clicks, and moments that keep us close. Celebrating 25 years. Digicel, powered by you, connected by us.
help. Children need the assistance. And I say tonight, I urge you as members of parliament who Jamaicans have elected to help them through difficulties, to support the bill, because
No, we're not support the
Jamaicans
bill.
believe that that is what we are here to do. And this is what the NARA bill, no, the language, and I watch people laugh and pontificate and push their hands, and it's a big, those who are not trying to pander and become intellectual more than others, some of them are throwing words and talking and that. Look.
Come on, go sit down. Go sit down.
That is what, and you have lost exactly what it is that this bill is here to do, to assist Jamaicans and put them first. Not, yes, that is exactly so. And I'm not disappointed in everybody, because there are those on your side.
You told lie.
I am appealing to those who still have not gotten out of election mode, and to recognize
It's not about election, no. You can't want past them the kind of law.
as parliamentarians, we have a duty to this country and to the people of this country. And so this evening I stand to commend this bill, which I trust we will pass so that Jamaicans can get help. And I also say to you that even as it is there is no bill that is perfect. There's absolutely no bill that is perfect. There will never be a perfect bill. And we will always be able to come back. But if you truly believe in Jamaica and believe that people need help,
You know, Sister Naomi,
this is a time to give them the help. Now, when we need it most. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this bill to the Parliament for us to support, because it is not. I don't have to pander to the crowd. I have always, and I will say with pride, I have always held and in Parliament because I put people first. I belong to it. That is a message that you need to learn. And those of you who have just come will learn. People will remember. You learn to put them first. That is why we are here. And that is why you are over there.
You're right. You're right in a sense, because Jamaica people, they're not in a sense. Because you're sure in a parliament. I joke, then take a parliament final.
Next, we will have the member from St. Elizabeth, Southeast, Southwest.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, today marks 6 months to the day since Hurricane Melissa carved a path of destruction along Jamaica's southern coast. Some who speak in this house, I have come to appreciate, are not truly seized with the realities on the ground. The realities in communities like Parrotty, Galleon and Black River. They do not appreciate the frustration of the people in places like Middle Quarters, Dalintoba, Prospect. The challenges in communities like Slipe, Vineyard, Hodges Land. They have not been relocated from their homes like many of us who resided on Crane Road, Spice Grove, Forest Mountain, Newtown, and many more in Southwest St. Elizabeth. They are resident in their doctor's office, focusing on reshaping the human physique, while we have to focus on reshaping and rebuilding lives in communities. For us, the hurricane is not a memory. but a daily reality that continues to shape how we live, work, and rebuild. In those communities, the damage is deeply personal and immediate. Homes were torn apart, roofs lifted clean off their structures, fishing equipment lost to sea, and small businesses, which represented years of sacrifice.
Tired of waiting and waiting and waiting for that one package you really, really need? Well, why wait when you can get speed, reliability, and on-time delivery? Choose SSMC Express and change the way you ship. SSMC Express International, service delivery at the speed of life.
People are impatient of this debate, and they are, quite frankly, sick and tired of what appears to not be constructive intervention, but politicking, where one member seems to be more concerned about where the hurricane made landfall, another telling us about the beginning of the end, instead of focusing on an expedited reconstruction process. Madam Speaker, of course the government welcomes suggestions that strengthen the framework. In fact, we have been clear. Some of those suggestions have already been taken on board. However, what cannot be countenanced is an attempt to demonize the bill, to portray the bill as lacking accountability, and an attempt to delay the bill and delay the reconstruction of this country. Madam Speaker, since Hurricane Melissa, the government has restored access to many communities, have carted away hundreds of trucks of debris, have worked with JPS to bring back electricity to a level in a faster time frame than any other disaster of this magnitude. Persons have started to receive grants from the Ministry of Labour. Fishers have seen containerized solutions being put in their communities. We are rebuilding critical infrastructure. Inputs have been provided to help restart agriculture and fisheries. The NGO community has answered the call. Entities like World Central Kitchen, Samaritan's Purse, CORE, GEM, American Friends of Jamaica, Breads, have been in these communities to help with the rebuilding effort. We have truly seen some of the best of Jamaica in response to this disaster. However, we cannot ignore a reality. Communities like Aparati have not yet recovered and are in need of a clear, coordinated reconstruction effort that prioritizes speed and efficiency while operating in a transparent framework. That is NARA. Madam Speaker, the bill which seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority is conducting not a routine rebuilding exercise. It's a national recovery effort that spans housing, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic activity, all of which are interconnected and require a level of coordination that goes beyond the capacity of any single agency operated in isolation. We have seen that the recovery can become fragmented if different entities working with different mandates are not aligned and there's not a central coordinated entity. This is precisely the gap that NARA is intended to address. NARA represents a structural approach to reconstruction, bringing together the various strands of recovery into a single framework that is designed to accelerate delivery, reduce duplication, and ensure that communities are not left navigating a patchwork of processes that slow rather than support their recovery. Madam Speaker, NARA will operate within Jamaica's established accountability framework, which includes the Public Bodies Management and Accountability System, oversight from the Auditor General, clearly defined reporting and audit requirements, and ensures that NARA will be subject to scrutiny and transparency. There may be differences in our opinion about structure. That is not unusual in a democracy, but it should not be misinterpreted as an absence of accountability. Nor should it distract from the central objective, which is to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is timely, effective, and responsive. So we have heard the suggestions from the opposition and the claims of overreach, centralization, extraordinary powers. But let us be very clear. And it requires extraordinary coordination. The member from St. Catherine, Southeastern, says he searched the world for a model like this, and he couldn't find a model like this. We should not be surprised. The member often searches and speaks about tales, whether that be poison, burnout, or rumors of scandals. He then goes on to cite the worst examples of reconstruction. He cites examples from Haiti and Bahamas that have models that they are proposing, models with boards that they are proposing. He cites those as examples. But he could not find a model like NARA. Well, member, type in 2011 Christchurch earthquake. Look at the New Zealand model, the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. It is a body, I heard you member, it did not have a board. It did not have a board. It did not report to a board. It was led by a chief executive who reported to the responsible minister, and in fact, it is the responsible minister who appointed the CEO. That is the model. And you know what they achieved in 5 years? Over $4 billion in a public recovery program. You know what they achieved? A national rebuild program in less than a year. You know what they achieved? Major reconstruction in 3 years. You know what they achieved? 13 anchor projects in 5 years, including stadium, conference center, justice center. They were able to relocate in 5 years 7,000 unsafe homes. They did in 6 years what the world does in 20 years. If you ask the people of Black River, what model are we choosing? Give us the quicker model. Give us the model that will deliver results in the shortest possible time. And that is what NARA is. So yes, some say it centralizes power. Yes, disaster recovery cannot be managed by committee consideration. You have to have a central source of authority. Some say it gives too much authority to act quickly. Yes, it does. Under Section 12, because approvals that take years need to take weeks in this situation. It allows for land acquisition, of course, because we can't rebuild the same. And in some areas, we cannot rebuild. So we have to be able to have the power to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, the opposition calls it overreach. I call it readiness. We have to have the ability to act when the nation needs us most. The real risk is not that NARA is too strong. The real risk is that without it, we are too slow, too fragmented, too unprepared. New Zealand learned their lesson and built a system that delivered results. We now have the opportunity. We in this house, let us learn from that model. Let us not reject a proven model out of fear and partisanship. Let us embrace what has worked and do the right thing so that the people in Darliston, the people in Garlands, the people over in Balaclava and Burn Savannah, they can see real reconstruction in the shortest possible time. We are getting it right with NARA. Let us now get it moving. Like members and we grew up in country, we know delay is danger. Let us resist the urge to delay. We must pass this bill today and start the reconstruction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can't make them go through with the bill.
St. Catherine East.
You saw them have behaving in Parliament?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you to give me some protection because I realize that they believe strong mean right, but strong can be wrong. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak one Spanish tongue. Babsy gone, so it's one Spanish tongue. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak on a very, very important bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Bill.
Internet to explore Spain the way you want it. Discover wonders from the Alhambra and Prado Museum.
Why don't put on some
Stunning lakes of Covadonga. You're just one scan away from connecting to your destination with unlimited data. Get your eSIM.
But if you look at the Road Traffic Act, it tells you that speeds have limits. And if speeds have limits, the bill that we intend to pass today must have checks and balances.
Must have checks and balances. Must have checks and balances.
Madam Speaker, I am going to say something unlike some of you who got a script to come and read. Anything I am saying, whether it is right or wrong, it is from Denise Daly. I want to
We need
ask
premium.
you a question.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to really ask a question. Do we really believe in this bill? Or we are going with it? Honestly, or are we just following because we are afraid to speak out about something that is going to affect every Jamaican? I leave this with you. I believe when the people sent us here, they did not send cowards. They said brave men and women. And I would want you to be that the brave leaders that your people sent you here to be. Madam Speaker, unlike many who have seen the bill, and I don't even see like they open it, but they have a lot of big talk. I want to tell you that I took the opportunity this time to read this bill. are aware of how the Jamaican people think of us, we'll be very careful about passing this bill without checks and balances. Don't believe the same people that you're in here now trying to lobby on their behalf don't know nothing about NARA. So you're now lobbying for people who knows nothing about what you're lobbying for them for. And therefore, I am wondering if NARA is for us or is for the people. Well, we will see. We will see.
We shall see.
I remembered once, Madam Speaker, I was in a class. Don't worry about that. Yes, yes. You have lifelong learning, you know. You have lifelong learning.
Some never go to class.
And I remembered very well that a student got up and said, we are making preparations for them without consulting them. What we are doing now is making preparation for people without consulting them. I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said that this bill is the largest pending bill that history will probably ever see in this country. But about 50% of this bill is going to be owed and have interest on it to be paid back. So it's not any free money. Our people money. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren money. And therefore, they did not ask us to be swift and then be dishonest. They want us to be swift and fair and honest. That's what they ask us to do. This bill, Madam Speaker, has too much concentration of power in one man's hand. In this bill, I see ministers tell me it start to spin. Because everything I hear, minister.
They must have planned it, John.
So I want to know if it is a minister bill or is it people's bill.
What shock alarm?
It is good to get power now. And it is good to get title. But let me tell you something. You see, down the road, let us not come back either here or in the court to give answers and to clarify what we pass in this house.
Good speech, David. Best speech I ever met.
Exposed to corruption and fraud. This bill, and Madam Speaker, I want protection, you know. This bill has the potential for erosion of public trust. And I'm going to tell you something. You know why some of us is so happy in here? Because we can get the ears of the CEO. But for me, you're not going to have the ears of the CEO. And the Prime Minister from Spanish Town, we don't have any drain there. Every drain is blocked. No, he comes from, when the Prime Minister, hello, the Prime Minister never refused from reminding the Parliament.
Oh, you know, should I set it up now where I can share the screen?
And
therefore, now where, you know.
I am saying,
I already fix it now where. Ball of a president. The ball of them.
to get the help when Nara pass. And then some of us don't know where to go. So our people going to suffer. While you and the team that you want for specific reason will get the privilege. So therefore, this bill can carry political victimization. And this bill, I remembered again when the Prime Minister said here that we are reforming the public sector to get efficient, competent, and reliable personnel
Crooked lizard.
to carry out the work in an efficient manner. What are we going to do with these people now? It's a question, so you can answer. But, Madam Speaker, I am certain that not before Melissa, there was some big projects.
Good night, Nadi.
And I believe some of you are very happy for Melissa because you'll be able to execute them now because I don't even believe you had the budget for it. So, making presentation and not having the budget and get Melissa, you're using Melissa as a bypass. But I want to say to you that you can't tell me to wrap up because you're just coming. Yeah. So you're just coming. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that massive responsibility that is going to be given to the CEO on a day-to-day basis is a recipe for disaster. And Madam Speaker, I stand not because James has come here when he want to go vote for something. Yeah. That's the only time. That's the only time St. Thomas people see you. St. Thomas people see you in Parliament when you come to vote for no matter. Madam Speaker. Member Daly. No, Member Daly. Madam Speaker. House Leader. Time being no way past the time that Parliament should legally continue without permission to do so, the time. Hold a moment. Go again, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as the time for the continuation of Parliament has passed, I ask that we move a motion for us to continue beyond the time specified.
The question is that we allow
Denise,
for the
I go on with
continuation
herself, Nadi.
of the business of the House beyond 7:30. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, House Leader. Member Daly. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I was about to wrap up. But let me tell you something. Nobody instruct me unless it is Eastern St. Catherine. And that's why I'm going to continue. So if you want me to think there, I would advise you that we are from Spanish Town. We do not take instruction from anybody unless it is from our constituency. Madam Speaker, I am saying to the Prime Minister, and I'm saying to the members on both sides, do not do anything out of sentiments. Let us look at the bill in its entirety. Fix the bill because we are not against the bill. We are against what is in the bill. Thank you very much. Next.
Watch him a laugh. And he want to have control, you know.
Orderly to the back right here. Next will be the member from St. Mary Central.
What a mess.
I don't take the speaker.
You may proceed, member.
This a real drama. The whole of them come to Parliament ready for pass a bill tonight, you know.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying or repeating, there's no member on this side who does not support or appreciate the urgency of reconstruction. But I can speak with some confidence, Madam Speaker, because the last time the member from South Trelawney got up and spoke so passionately in support of a bill, her minister sent that bill to a joint select committee. And I'm very hopeful based on the passion that he spoke. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the members on that side, with the exception of one, you'd believe the Naira bill came down on tablets of stone. But I'm encouraged by the fact that the Prime Minister submitted 4 pages of amendments today. He amended Clause 2, he amended Clause 3, he amended Clauses 4, 8, 9, 10, 13, 17, 28,
Can I
and
amend
the
them?
schedule. And I'm hoping that by the end of this evening, he will go one further and he will accept the recommendation that this bill be sent to a time-bound joint select committee of Parliament so we can have a better Naira bill. Madam Speaker, this bill creates an authority with extraordinary powers.
No man, they come ready for
Under
pass the bill
sections
tonight.
21 to 24,
And James
this
Roberts will
authority
come to
can
Parliament.
direct regulators on how to process approvals, when to make decisions. It can impose timelines and procedures, and ultimately, it can trigger a step-in order, allowing the minister to override a statutory authority entirely. To be clear, Madam Speaker, contrary to what the member from Kingston Central claims, this bill does not foster collaboration. Section 21 makes clear the relationship from day one. The authority is allowed to direct these entities from the very first time they meet.
Hey.
Madam Speaker, in the affected parishes where one expects an increase in applications for building permits by homeowners, this bill will put the interest of an investor who can find $15 million to spend ahead of a single mother seeking to build a house so that her children can have a roof over their head. Critically, Madam Speaker, a decision of the minister under a step-in order has the same legal effect as if made by the regulatory agency itself. This is not coordination, Madam Speaker. This is a substitution of the regulatory state. If there's an issue with efficiency, fix the entities, give them the resources, make them more efficient.
One bill where them are pass
The
the
Prime
under all the
Minister told
power
this
of
House
Jamaica.
that procurement rules will
Oh, you
not
know
be
what
in
that
this
the
bill,
bill
and they're not,
everybody look against the
but
bill.
instead
They
will be
change
established
7
by
part out
order
tonight, but
under the Public
part
Procurement
where
Act.
him want control and get the CEO
Madam
and
Speaker, we are being
secrecy and all
asked
kind of nonsense. I don't know you're not for like.
A body
You
that
don't
will
be a
manage
candle.
billions of
Exactly.
United States dollars in reconstruction spending without seeing the procurement framework. And with that framework subject to change without any scrutiny after we have passed this bill. This is a structural gap in accountability, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has argued that this model is consistent with the executive agency framework, but the argument does not withstand scrutiny.
Say me I come tonight.
Yes,
Me I come about tonight.
executive agencies have an advisor board, but they are not governance-free. They are, based on the Executive Agency Act, required to have an approved scheme of management, targets. While advisory boards are mandated by statute, the NARA bill has no such provision. The Executive Agency Act also provides for the appointment of a chief executive officer. It states that the appointment shall be done by the Governor General on the advice of the Public Services Commission. The bill before us today, which involves spending significantly above and beyond that contemplated by executive agencies, simply requires the minister to appoint the CEO. Madam Speaker, the most honorable Prime Minister cannot claim to draw inspiration from the executive agency model without accepting the very important safeguards in the Executive Agency Act. The Prime Minister himself acknowledged in his presentation that the executive agency model has had weaknesses. He pointed to targets lacking rigor, to weak enforcement of accountability measures, and to insufficient consequences for underperformance. And yet, those weaknesses are not addressed in the NARA bill. They are replicated, and in some respects, they are deepened. Because here, even the baseline safeguards of the executive agency model are not embedded in the bill. We're told that JAMROC will provide oversight, but Madam Speaker, JAMROC does not appear anywhere in the bill. It is not established in law. The composition is not defined anywhere in the bill. It has no known reporting relationship or obligation to Parliament. It exists merely in the speech of the Prime Minister. And that is an important
Can't
thing.
work.
Because powers are being enacted in a law where
Something
they ask
wrong.
to pass, to support, while oversight is being left to intention.
Remember say them
Madam Speaker, as legislators, we cannot pass or vote in favor of bills just with good intention. And I heard
PMP not sign it, man.
brilliant Jamaican who has been asked to chair the board of JAMROC. But we should pass bills in this house that can also stand up to any negatives that might come in the future. Any change in who the board might be, who the CEO may be. There's another omission in the bill that is troubling, Madam Speaker, and that is a lack of clarity around environmental safeguards, especially environmental impact assessments. This bill defines approving entities to include those responsible for environmental management, natural resource conservation, environmental permits. And under sections 21 to 24, our environmental agencies can be directed, they can be told what time they need to make decisions within, and they can be ultimately overridden through a step-in order. Madam Speaker, we still have no EIA regulations, despite the response of the Minister promising that same would have been tabled in his 2025 sectoral presentation. And interestingly, he made the same promise again earlier today. Madam Speaker, some of our environmental groups have advised me that we have had cases, Madam Speaker, where our multilateral partners have had to step in and demand EIAs be done based on their internal guidelines because we had nothing that said an EIA must be done. And the dredging, a project relating to the Kingston Harbour comes to mind. Madam Speaker, what is not in this bill is just as important as what is in it. There's no explicit requirement for environmental impact assessment. So there's no preservation of existing environmental permitting thresholds. no protection against the waiver or compression of environmental review process, no clarity as to how regulators such as NEPA will operate within this framework. Madam Speaker, there should be no ministerial bypass of our environmental protection systems. Give them the resources and give them the support to achieve the efficiency that we desire. The Prime Minister has framed this authority as central to climate resilience, Madam Speaker. But you cannot build climate resilience by weakening environmental oversight. Environmental impact assessments are not just bureaucratic obstacles. They are the very tools that ensure that infrastructure is properly sited, flood risks are understood, ecosystems are protected, and long-term vulnerabilities are avoided. When you combine expedited approvals, directive powers over regulators, and ministerial override authority without explicit environmental safeguards, Madam Speaker, you create the risk of poorly sited developments, of increased flood and landslide vulnerability, of long-term environmental degradation, and ultimately rebuilding the same vulnerabilities we are trying to correct. Madam Speaker, if this authority is to lead a program of resilience, then environmental safeguards cannot be optional, implied, or subject to override. They must be explicitly protected in law. Madam Speaker, it's not hard to fix this bill. I think we can strengthen this bill by explicitly requiring compliance with environmental permitting laws, by clarifying that environmental impact assessments cannot be waived, only expedited, perhaps requiring that certain types of projects must have environmental impact assessments, requiring environmental reporting as part of project approval and monitoring. And Madam Speaker, we have heard reference to international precedents and models. New Zealand, Japan, and the United States and Dominica were cited. And I want to examine, Madam Speaker, not just their existence, but what their enabling laws actually stipulated. In New Zealand, Madam Speaker, the Act set up a cross-party forum comprised of members of parliament from the affected zone who were given responsibility for providing the minister with information
No,
or advice in relation
I
to
know
the
that the
operations
part.
of the Act. I note one of today's amendments, which I welcome, requires consultation with members of communities affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. But what of persons who are elected by these people and these communities to local authorities and to our parliament? What role will they have, and what role should the Act stipulate that we should have? Madam Speaker, it can be strengthened by the draft recovery strategy and plans being shared with the public by the Act. Public consultation mechanism, and I think that has now been addressed. Statutory reporting to Parliament, not just a one-off reporting. And Madam Speaker, I note a talk about sharing with the public. I'm hoping it will not be like what has been shared with the Spark program, where you have a website with static information, the roads that were approved, but you can't go and access updates on where the road in your community is. So you're driving through mud day in, day out to get to your home blocked off, and you can't go online and get a look on a dashboard to see what the status of the project is. Japan, Madam Speaker, the Reconstruction Agency was mentioned, and that was established under the Reconstruction Agency Act of 2011. That framework required a basic reconstruction plan and continuous monitoring and reporting. The Dominican model, Madam Speaker, which is closer to home, which was established under the Climate Resilience Act of 2018, that model, Madam Speaker, had a formal board and defined governance structures. The bill in front of us today, Madam Speaker, only defines vaguely a CEO. In fact, we have no idea whether this CEO needs any background in terms of planning or in terms of construction or in terms of what exactly is required of the CEO. It is not stipulated. All we know is that the minister, the Prime Minister, appoints the CEO. Across all the jurisdictions mentioned, Madam Speaker, extraordinary powers are granted, but they are paired with statutory safeguards. But the bill before us, oversight isn't mentioned much. The advisory structure is optional. It's not stated in the Act. It's not grounded. The procurement is outside of the bill. Environment safeguards are unclear. We are borrowing the power from international models, Madam Speaker, but we're not borrowing the safeguards or adopting the safeguards. Under Section 4, Madam Speaker, the authority may carry out development, undertake business activities, and do anything it considers necessary. This is an extraordinarily broad mandate, especially when you combine it with the procurement flexibility, the override powers, and
the Parliament website can access. Vian, good night.
And so, Madam Speaker, my intervention is not about opposing the bill. It is about how do we strengthen it so that we can have a reconstruction authority in as quick a time as possible with the necessary governance. So we can establish, Madam Speaker, JAMROC in the Act, in the bill. We can require performance agreements to be set up with the Cabinet Office. We can define procurement in the Act, in the bill. We can better protect environmental safeguards explicitly and mandate EIAs for certain types of projects. We can adopt the BOJ model, Madam Speaker, and require the Chief Executive Officer to report to Parliament from time to time so we can question him. Currently, the bill only requires that reports be tabled, but there's no opportunity for us to properly interrogate those reports in the Parliament.
But
we
why?
strongly believe,
What kind of
Madam
bill that?
Speaker, that this bill will benefit from being referred to a joint, time-bound joint select committee with a narrow window for further consideration and deliberation. Madam Speaker, we all agree on the urgency. We all agree on the scale of the task. But urgency cannot justify imbalance in governance. We should not sacrifice good governance and accountability on the altar of expediency. This bill concentrates power, Madam Speaker, in one minister. It weakens statutory oversight. It leaves critical safeguards undefined. If we are to rebuild Jamaica, Madam Speaker, let us do so not only with speed, but with accountability firmly embedded in law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next is the member from Clarendon North Central.
They plan it out later.
Members, your next presenter or participant in the debate is a member from Clarendon North Central. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I rise to support the National Reconstruction and Resilience
What is a criminal
Authority
you
bill.
say now?
And I do so with a clear appreciation of the seriousness of this moment. This is not a routine bill, Madam Speaker. This is not another piece of administrative tidying up. And this is definitely not an academic exercise in institutional design. This bill is about whether
The amount of bill in a pass found in an office.
construction with the urgency that the times demand, or whether we will continue to to pretend that extraordinary
They come back with
national
one
challenges
difference.
can
A
be
3 time
met
they change the
by
bill now.
ordinary bureaucratic habits. That is a choice before us.
But
And
all the part where
Madam
them a
Speaker,
change,
it's not
Andrew,
a
I change the
difficult
part where
choice,
make him give the
because
instruction.
reconstruction is not ordinary government business. Reconstruction is not business as usual.
And the bill are going to fail them, you know. Them are
It is
fail, you know, man.
urgent, it is national,
Hey,
and
you
it
said them
needs
are
to be
fail.
practical. Madam Speaker, a great deal has been said about this legislation. Some of it has been constructive. Some of it has been overwrought. Some of it has been animated by less than genuine concern for reconstruction. And some of it cleaves to the familiar instinct in some for Jamaican public life. If a proposal is serious, novel, and capable of delivery, then it must first be buried under suspicion. But Madam Speaker, suspicion is not a substitute for analysis. The real issue before this House is not whether Jamaicans should be vigilant about public power. We should be vigilant. The real issue is whether a country confronting large-scale reconstruction can responsibly rely on an administrative system designed for normal times. Can the ordinary machinery of government, with all its silos, hands-offs, delays, overlapping jurisdictions, deliver on reconstruction programs at scale, speed, and the complexity required? Respectfully, my answer is no. And I do not say this as an insult to the public service, and it's not an attack on ministries, agencies, and departments, and it's not a dismissal either of due process. I say it because the evidence of our own experience is plain. Too often, the problem in Jamaica is not that there are no plans. We have a lot of plans. It is not that there are no institutions. We have many. The problem is that responsibility is dispersed, timelines are elastic, and accountability is blurred. Everyone has a role, but too often, no one is in command of delivery. Too often, Madam Speaker, the policymaker is held accountable, but has been stripped of the authority to act.
No man, he might get him vote. You see all of them come to parliament to vote for the bill
The
tonight.
bill recognizes that reconstruction is a distinct state function requiring central coordination across ministries, regulators, utilities, planners, local authorities, contractors, financiers, and communities. Without such coordination, projects shift, approvals drag, and implementation loses coherence. Section 17 provides for cabinet-approved list of reconstruction and resilience projects. That is an important anchor. It means NARA does not invent national priorities for itself. It operates from formally approved national programs grounded in elected authority and public policy. Section 18 and 19 requires programs and implementation plans, including timelines, consultations, monitoring and resilience standards, so that it
Facts. Daily
execution. One of the big issues, Madam Speaker, has been the question about accountability. Madam Speaker, Section 19, 9 and 12 are essential. They require annual audits, annual reports, corporate plans, operating plans.
When it done, when it ask, go and trade again.
These are not cosmetic provisions. They are accountability architecture built in the bill. And Madam Speaker, I was here and I listened to several speakers speak about the bill having no accountability. I was a bit challenged because there are some of them who have been here longer than I, who sat in this house and voted on accountability bills and amendments to hold us and governments accountable, are now saying that those same laws that they voted on and passed do not apply to NARA. If you agree with them then the Integrity Commission Act does not apply to NARA. The Corruption Prevention Act does not apply to NARA. MOCA, FID does not apply to NARA because according to them, there is no accountability.
But how it's structured.
Madam Speaker, Jamaica should be proud of its accountability framework and infrastructure.
I rather she a clapper.
Globally, Jamaica is respected for how Jamaica has created an accountability ecosystem that is independent and well-funded and cannot be interfered with by any politician or head of entity. But Madam Speaker, that is not the only thing. In their criticism about accountability, they criticize themselves or they demonstrate a lack of understanding as to their role as members of parliament in this house. The bill causes or forces NARA to provide reports to the minister. The minister is then obliged that he shall table said reports to parliament.
When?
Parliament has two committees which the opposition clamored for that they should lead. You have the Public Accounts Committee and you have the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. If you listen to them, the PAAC has no authority over NARA, but yet the standing order says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have a duty to see, inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to inefficiency and making recommendations to the government for improvement of public administration. It also says monitor expenditure as it occurs in keeping the parliament informed of how budget is being implemented. The budget for NARA will be tabled in the parliament and the PAAC has the power to summon the executive, the CEO of NARA to come and testify. But I am saying to MP, Minister of State in Education, that there's been calls for civics in schools, but we need civics in the parliament because some of our colleagues are unaware
Where him come from?
of their role and function in holding state institutions accountable. Section 20, Madam Speaker, says reconstruction must be visible. It says transparency is not an afterthought. There are very few authorities globally of this nature that there's a legislative provision that all their approved projects must be published on a website after they're approved. They must have the name, the description, or any other particulars as may be prescribed. That is transparency, Madam Speaker. But let us come to parts of the bill that are both controversial by some. Section 21 and 24. My colleague from Central Kingston would have spoken about the Town and Country Planning Act, and he was challenged by a member from the other side, but we play tag team over here, and I am going to give the other side of his argument that he never did. Section 13(2) of the Town and Country Planning Act, where an appeal is brought under this section from a decision of a local planning authority or the authority, the minister shall make a determination within 90 days of the hearing thereof and may allow or dismiss the appeal or may reverse or vary any part of the decision of the local planning authority or the authority as the case may be, whether or not the appeal relates to that part and they deal with the application as if it had been made to him in the first instance before determining any, but that's what the stepping clause is, opposition leader. You need to read the bill. The stepping order cannot be activated unless the authority gets expert advice on the matter in question. Unless the authority is satisfied that on its consideration of the approval requirements and the advice referred to in paragraph A, which is expert advice, independent expert advice, in the case of an approval granted subject to terms, conditions, qualifications, the matters which inform the terms, conditions, or qualifications have been addressed. The minister doesn't have free power to just step in. And I realize when my colleagues on the other side are reading these clauses, they only read one sentence, they don't read the entire clause. Madam Speaker, I go further. Where the authority, Madam Speaker, intends to apply for a stepping order under subsection 1A, which I read before, the authority shall notify in writing the approving entity concerned. And it goes on and states rights of the approving entity. The objective, Madam Speaker, of the actions related to the stepping clause is not to undermine the authority of approving entities. It is to cause approving entities who may not be acting with speed for importance, recovery, and resilience project to act. But it comes with its safeguards. Madam Speaker, we have had experiences, and I don't see a member Terry Long here, where authorities have placed conditions on government projects to say if the government does not do this, I won't call the name of the authority, in Portmore, that if the government don't build the road, they won't approve the wall for the school. So the students of the school have been disenfranchised because the authority did not get their road. The road project is waiting on one agency, the agency is also waiting on another to approve, while the country suffers. Madam Speaker, Section 21 and 24 are meant to break that culture. NARA may convene approving entities, impose timelines, and require applications to be processed concurrently rather than sequentially. This is not lawlessness. This is a common sense headed statute. Madam Speaker, when an entity fails to act or acts unreasonably, that is where the minister steps in. So it's simply inaccurate to say the bill rejects due process. As a matter of fact, if I was drafting this bill, there is too much process in this due process, tying the minister from acting quickly.
Minister Morgan, but speaking to the mic for the benefit of the public.
I am subjected to the wisdom of our chairman of cabinet and leader in placing accountability on himself in this bill. Madam Speaker, in the reconstruction period, delay can be just as damaging to the public interest as arbitrariness. I wish you would give me permission, Prime Minister, to speak about the bridge program. No man, I need to mention it. Minister Nigel Clark would have agreed on a bridge program.
Minister Morgan, when you speak and turn your back around, you are not recorded in Hansard or heard. Thank you, Minister. You speak.
Minister Nigel Clark would have approved a bridge program. Yes. Approved a bridge program over 2 years ago. The FAA Act mandates that all capital projects must go through a particular process. We saw the issue with with Troy Bridge, where a 100-year-old bridge was washed away. But the system told us that you had to do environmental studies, you had to do value studies, you had to figure out whether the bridge was worth replacing, while the people on the border of Trelawney and Manchester suffered. The yam farmers could not carry their produce to market. The children on one side of the river could not attend school because their school was on the other side. We now have an accelerated bridge program that is supposed to repair 55 bridges, and 2 years later, the process has caused us delay. Madam Speaker, the recovery of Jamaica cannot be subjected to the same types of delay. Madam Speaker, 2 additional features of the bill deserve more attention than they have received. First, the bill allows where lawfully practicable to use existing government capacity while merely duplicating the state. That's an important aspect because the authority is not intended to become a bloated parallel government. It is meant to align, organize, and accelerate what already exists. The bill contemplates designated strategic investment projects under FAST. This recognizes that reconstruction is not only about repairing damaged public assets, but also crowding in productive investments. Madam Speaker, some speak as though Jamaica is wandering in unknown territory. We're not. The Prime Minister would have instructed myself and members of the team to visit Peru to study their reconstruction solution. It is that solution which has to some extent informed our approach to this bill. But we are not picking a solution and stamping it on Jamaica. We have adopted the solution to fit our peculiar challenges. Madam Speaker, it would be a strange kind of politics to say Jamaica should see what others have done and do after disaster, recognize the lesson, and deliberately choose a slower path in the name of comfort. Section 9 to 12 gives accountability. Section 20 gives transparency. Section 21 to 24 gives speed. And Section 28 confirms that the authority is temporary and purpose-built. The last 2 points matter because it answers the lazier criticism that narrates some attempt to create a permanent concentration of power. The bill itself makes it clear that this is a defined institutional response to a defined reconstruction challenge. So a proper debate is not whether Jamaica should have a reconstruction authority at all. That is my respectful view. And that is no longer a serious question. The serious question is whether we are mature enough to demand a reconstruction authority that is effective, transparent, and disciplined at the same time. Can we insist on speed without surrendering accountability? Yes, we can. Can we insist on urgency without abandoning legality? Yes, we can. Can we insist on coordination without accepting opacity? Yes, we can. Can we build a legislation that does all of the above? We have in this bill. That is the real argument, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to compare history. We have had disasters before, and governments have been given the responsibility of assisting its citizens in these disasters. In 2004, we had Hurricane Ivan, and a member of the opposition sought to use Ivan as a comparison in how we are managing this NARA process. Colleagues may not know in this house, but for totally destroyed houses in 2004, persons received $20,000 grant. For severely damaged houses under Ivan, they got between $7,500 and $10,000. And for other damage, they got $5,000 grant. Danny Buchanan, Minister Donald Buchanan, former Minister Donald Buchanan, famously clarified, and this is on GIS, the government could not fully replace all private property losses. He stressed that the state was not an insurer of buildings and that its role was to assist people in putting back their lives together rather than providing total compensation. Compare what was done to individuals in 2004 to what we have done after Melissa, and what we are doing now is a demonstration of a different type of government. There is also the argument about procurement, where the member from Westmoreland pointed out that there is no procurement provision in the bill. Us who have knowledge of how laws are written know that where a bill is silent on a provision, then a provision or a legislation or a statute of authority applies to that law. In this case, the NARA bill does not speak specifically about the regime for procurement. What it says is that the minister will come and declare what the procurement process will be. The minister does not act independently and will be subjected to the rules of the Public Procurement Act. Section 3 of the Public Procurement Act says, the minister may by order, subject to a firm...
Nervous about your driving test? Prepare with the Driving Test Routes app. Practice on...
Goes on. The member from St. Mary said that we're going to be not coming to Parliament, but we're asking for Parliament to approve a bill, and there will be no coming to Parliament to determine how the things will be procured. When the legislation states clearly, member, that the minister has to come to Parliament to pass an order by affirmative resolution as to the procurement process that will take place under NARA. Madam Speaker, there are some amendments that we will be... Public Procurement Act Section 3, subsection 3. But Parliament will have the opportunity to vote. Parliament will have an opportunity to vote on the order. Madam Speaker, we have listened to many commentary on the bill, and we have made some adjustments on the bill. We will be including, as suggested by the member from East Portland, a definition for resilience, and that will be outlined in committee. We are also making an amendment to improve the monitoring and implementation of reconstruction project. That's clause 17. We'll be amending that to improve it, as well as we'll be improving, well, not improving, but we'll be adding a conflict of interest clause, which was something that I believe was raised by the leader of the opposition, that there was no conflict of interest clause. Additionally, we will be improving clause 10, which deals with how the Chief Executive Officer reports, and all of these amendments will be spoken of in detail as we put them in committee, which is to begin shortly. Madam Speaker, to close, one of the criticisms that we have noticed is that the opposition has said that the NARA is a growth bill, Prime Minister, parading as a reconstruction bill. Those are my words. But I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with using a disaster as an opportunity to go forward and invest and build?
No, but not to fix back the people that will get mashed up first. Put the people that will get mashed up first.
We do not participate in the false choice between recovery and growth. We think both can happen at the same time. There was also the criticism that NARA is an attempt to deal with bureaucratic entanglements and low execution capacity. What is wrong with that? Why not deal with these problems through NARA and create an ecosystem and an excellence approach where other entities and other government agencies can look at best
My
practices
main point
and
is the
adopt
Prime
them
Minister
based
part.
on
Me
the
want all that
examples
under the
shown
amendment
by
part.
NARA. There was also
So much
the criticism
amendment, you
that
still have to make on a
we're
it's a
not
bill and good.
consulting. Well, I can say to you that this government, as a part of its policy direction,
The bill ain't good
does
for
not
money.
go
So much
into
amendment and
communities
I don't make
and
amendment
change
or that still a fair make. The
without
bill
having
ain't good.
consultations. And you can use the SPARK program as an example. Was for the first time the people of Jamaica made a decision, another choice as to which roads in their communities will be built. And the sad thing, Prime Minister, is that a lot of the members of the opposition are not happy with the choices of the people in the SPARK program and want to change it. But that's a debate for another day. Is you choose the road, Devina, is that me?
Then they fix. The road they fix. The road they fix.
Do you know?
The road they
Prime
fix.
Minister, I am focused, yes.
What up in nonsense here?
There is also the argument, Prime Minister, which has been debated ad nauseum, that this entity does not have a governance board. But Parliament is not confined to one template for a statutory body. And Parliament may design a specialized executive-led body if a national problem requires concentrated responsibility. NARA does not mirror a conventional board-driven authority. What we have done is we have looked at all the best practices that we have, and we have crafted an organization that is fit for purpose for the emergency that we currently face. So we have taken some from statutory bodies, Simpliciter. We have taken some from executive bodies, and we have made it NARA. There's no problem in that. And then there's a criticism, Prime Minister, that we moved it from 150 to $15 million. And I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with having more private sector entities being able to invest in more projects in Jamaica? It can be a straw man when you raise it. There is also the criticism that let me not raise that one, Chairman. Madam Speaker, we have designed a bill assist in our recovery. We have designed a bill that is accountable and subjected to the accountability frameworks that exist in our country. We have designed a bill that is going to transform Jamaica and bring additional growth and resurgence to our country. We have designed a bill, Madam Speaker, in the best interest of the people of Jamaica, and I know that the people of Jamaica will continue to support the bill as they have been doing throughout this debate.
Final presenter to close will be the Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin the closing remarks, I ask for your indulgence and the indulgence of members in offering a comment on the procedures of the House. The use of points of order. I believe Member Hilton on that side, let me survey, Member Hilton would agree, and the leader of opposition business, member from Kingston Eastern and Port Royal would agree that the use of the standing of the points of order would not be for trivial purposes or routine. That they were really used when a member felt that there was a contravention of the rules of the House, specifically the rules governing debates. We emerged a convention where members would rise to their feet and claim a point of information or a point of clarification. And the convention was that the member who had the floor would yield. And I recall those days quite clearly when members would stand and say, point of information, Madam Speaker, and the member opposite would yield. Or sometimes the member rising on a point would not even say what it is. He would just say, could you yield, member? And that was the convention. And forgive me, member from South St. Catherine would have been there as well. It has changed a bit. And we have sought to use the points of order where they really should not be used. And I would just want to encourage members for the good order of the House and its proceedings that we revert to the time-tested, tried and proven conventions that have served us well. Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking members on both sides of the House for participating robustly in the debate. Valuable points have been made. Points of substance have been made. And there are other points which I think are also of substance, even if a modicum, that you would have to search very hard to find. But they are there, I'm sure, nonetheless. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all who participated and would have enriched the bill. I would want to adopt to, just as a matter of giving a summary of the debate in terms of the opposition's participation. The member from St. Catherine, is it Eastern? Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, well, you would know we attended the same alma mater. So, Madam Speaker, the point raised by the member was that the opposition supports the bill, we just don't support what is in it. And I found it to be a very profound comment. He supports it. We support the bill, but just not what is in the bill. So Madam Speaker, I find that to be a very profound summary of the opposition's position. You want a point of information? So, Madam Speaker, but I do understand what the member intended to say. That no one can say that NARA is not a necessary formation in law. No one can say that having a structure to manage recovery is not something that is defensible and necessary. So I think there is the starting point, that NARA is necessary. I think, however, Madam Speaker, that if I am permitted to offer some philosophical perspectives on the differences, that there is a very deep mistrust of government in the country, very deep. But underneath the mistrust of government generally, there is an even greater mistrust of executive power. That is really what it comes down to. A deep distrust of executive power. And by the way, this is not unique to Jamaica. It is a worldwide phenomenon for countries that have what is described as a liberal democracy. Democracy is liberal precisely because executive power is controlled. and in many instances restrained. The challenge comes, Madam Speaker, when democracy cannot bring prosperity. That is where the challenge happens, because the assumption is that democracies will automatically bring prosperity to people. And that thinking is sometimes challenged in certain quarters. But I continue to maintain that democracy is the best form of government that we have. And that we must make our democracy work to deliver prosperity. The challenge is, how do we use executive authority without it trampling on the rights of the people? That is always the challenge. And that's why our system is designed as it is, where the members of parliament should come vigorously defending their positions to ensure that executive authority is restrained, but we have to be careful that executive authority is not constrained. Because it is in the constraining, the over-limiting of the actual power to execute that the prosperity is actually delivered. And I would say this, Madam Speaker, that I've been in this position of Prime Minister now for a decade, and it is a learning experience. I continue to appreciate the nuances of the office each day. And I will say to you that during the pandemic, the challenge of using executive authority was a real challenge for the administration. And indeed, we had to use executive authority as it relates to controlling movements and all kinds of other things that we had to do. And the former Attorney General at the time, member from West Central St. James, would have gone to great pains to advise and to say, we have executive authority, but we have to be so careful with it in how it is used. And I made sure that every executive direction that I gave, that I put my signature to, as I did it, I gave to Parliament at the next sitting to bring the executive authority to Parliament for Parliament to have a say on it. And there were times when Parliament's say, though not by authority, couldn't change it, but because Parliament said you should consider, so you should consider that, we took that on and we made changes to many of the various orders for movement and gathering and all the other things that we had to do. That was, for me, at that time, the ultimate exercise of the executive authority. The lesson learned from it is that in a democracy, executive authority overused can be dangerous even for the person using it. No matter what, it leads to suspicion, frustration, and the view that you are restricting the freedoms of individuals at your own whim. And I would say that I suffered from that during the pandemic, even though in my mind I was acting to support and to promote the health and safety of the public. But there are many Jamaicans who felt that I restricted their movement. So I want to just use this as a basis to say, Madam Speaker, I am not seeking executive power for myself. It's dangerous. And executive power must be controlled, without question. I'm a firm believer in that. The question is, can we find a way to structure our business? details, form an opinion, because there's always something called confirmation bias. Somebody who you like said something that you like, and therefore that's your position without doing the research. It's obvious that these two groups did their research and they put forward their concerns. I will say, Madam Speaker, that not everything that is proposed can be legislated, and not everything that can be legislated should be legislated. And the persons who are drafters, persons who understand the law far better than I do, would agree with that point, that you want the legislation to, one, be consistent with legislation that already exists. You want it to be consistent with the Constitution, and you want your legislation not to be complicated. You can have complex legislation, but you want the legislation to be easily interpreted, well understood, and direct and to the point. And so we try to bring a legislation here that creates a framework that is easily understood, easily interpreted, and gets to the point of what it is we want to achieve. So that's one thing. I will say a few other things, Madam Speaker, if the members give me their attention a little longer. There is a point about bringing the bill to a joint select committee. Let me be clear. We on this side, we have taken a decision that as far as possible, we're bringing all our bills to a joint select committee. That's the decision that we took after the experience with the NIDS. Subject, of course, to emergency situations or great urgency. I have heard the undertaking that there would be a commitment on the side of the opposition to have the Joint Select Committee turned around very quickly. I mean, we accept the the intention, but we know that it takes a little while, and on average, you're looking at 3 to 6 weeks at the minimum, and sometimes even longer. So I would say I'm being generous, I'm being euphemistic, but it takes a long time. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate the opposition recognizing that the Joint Select Committees are not the fastest mechanism that they will try, but for this bill, urgency is important. And I start at this point about urgency. And I'm being very careful in the use of the term urgency, because I really should say it is an emergency. But I wish to point out to members who were in the House between 2009 and 2015 that this House, not under emergency powers, but under urgency, passed several important pieces of legislation that would oversee billions of dollars, including donor funds, without subjecting them to any committee review, any joint select committee review, including money bills, including the very fiscal rules, which are far more important than the Naira bill. There was not 1 ounce of criticism of that move, not one. At that time, part of that time, I was leader of the opposition. And the members on my side will tell you that I gave directives. This is in the national interest. Participate. Make sure that our points are raised, but we are not going to stand in the way or try to make political points of something that is in the national interest. And I wish for that to be in the public record. The fiscal rules and all the others, on some of the other money bills, all the other amendments that were made, went through without going to Joint Select Committee. And not one journalist, not one of the commentators today said anything. So I just want that to be put in the public debate. So, the other point, Madam Speaker, is that during this time of urgency, between 2009 and 2015, we had to, as a country, and I say we, meaning government offices, we had to mobilize the entire country for the reconstruction of our financial system. Essentially, that's what it was, our fiscal and financial system, the reconstruction of it. And what worked very well, particularly as it related to the managing the repayment of our debt with several debt exchanges, was the establishment of an oversight body of the government policy for fiscal and financial reconstruction. And that was called the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. It was never legislated in the fiscal rules. It was not legislated in the PAAC oversight. It was not legislated in any of the omnibus tax legislation. It was a social consensus. And there is no more powerful tool for oversight than social consensus. And EPOC carried us through the economic reform program. It played a role in keeping the opposition then on side, keeping us informed, working with the Minister of Finance, making sure that what the government said it was going to do, it did. But the EPOC, which was comprised of Jamaicans of high integrity and public trust, reported periodically, regularly, to the country on the activities of this fiscal and financial reconstruction effort of the government. And it worked. It kept the government to its word. What it said it was going to legislate, it legislated. And it kept the opposition to its word. What we're going to support, we supported. And we can stand here today to say that Jamaica came out of that very difficult period with a reconstructed fiscal architecture and monetary architecture as well. Something that we can be proud of, and we can do the same thing with the reconstruction of Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. That is all that we're trying to do. Madam Speaker, permit me to return to this concept of the use of executive power, because it's fundamental to what we're doing here. Now, when we were contemplating how to structure NARA, a thought was put on the table. Why not make NARA a department of government? Now, if we made NARA a department of government, would there be a board? Would it be illegal to make NARA a department of government? Are departments of government legitimate structures of how government organizes itself? Of course. Of course. In other words, it is not unusual. There's nothing wrong with that. The authority then would flow flows cabinet, minister, permanent secretary, ministry employment. But we know that departments are further decentralization of executive and civil service powers of an entire ministry. But you can decentralize even further by putting in an agency. And that agency could be a corporation, or it could be a statutory body, or it could be an executive agency. And I just want to pause at that point. For statutory bodies, the idea is that there is a function of government that is clearly well defined, that has an indefinite function in terms of time, that would require detailed operational guidance, which would not be suited for a department of a ministry to do, but would still require ministerial guidance. So a minister would give the general policy direction and say to an entity like the UDC, a statutory body, here is your authority, it's written in law what you are supposed to do. This statutory body will exist indefinitely. Go and redevelop areas for urban purposes. Go and acquire land for land banking for those purposes as well. Go and operate various companies to provide services. The minister can't go and run that day to day. Every day there is a different use of the executive authority, delegated through a board and an executive officer. So the board manages the governance of the general policy direction, but also in some instances guides the executive officer in the day-to-day management and helps to resolve conflicts, manages that. That's fine. But what about a function that is very specific? For example, giving passports to Jamaicans. It's an executive agency. That function is very specific. And I was doing some research, and former Prime Minister Pattison, obviously struggling with the same issues I have raised here about how do you get the democracy and its bureaucracy to deliver prosperity, how do you speed it up, came up with the then Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Davies, with the idea of an executive agency. Now, the concept behind the executive agency came out of what is called the school, it's a new school of public administration taught, the new school of public management, which essentially tried to turn the public service more into a corporate service delivery, to use private sector approaches in government. And so the idea was for these kinds of functions that are clearly defined, that may not necessarily require great discretion of the minister. The policy direction is very clear. That you could just create an agency whose only task is get it done. What policy direction should there be in fixing potholes, other than to fix the pothole? So the NWA was, and still is, an executive entity. It has a specific task and just want to get that done. And so I'm giving you the history of how it came about. So instead of having a statutory body or having a department of government like Public Works Department was, you form an executive agency where the minister gives a directive, meaning policy directive, and the executive is only executing. the Executive Agency Act provides for the executive to have an advisory board. How it works is that the executive recommends, the Prime Minister appoints, but it's not a governance board. It's not a governance board. And it advises the CEO. Now, what we did with NARA, we looked at it and we said the functions of NARA are going to be very specific. More than that, members, it is time bounded. So this is not going to go on indefinitely. And the policy direction for NARA will be very clear. They will be written and made public. But more than that, the scope of NARA, I heard somebody say NARA is not narrow. That's not true. NARA will be focused on a specific set of projects that will be published. The other issue that I would want to clarify, that the use of this structure, NARA, focused in this way, does not take away from existing resources. And that was a prime consideration in the creation of NARA. The member from St. Catherine Eastern and the member from St. Mary's Central raised the issue that what is going to happen is that NARA is going to suck up the approval resources, and a lady who wants to build her house and recover from the hurricane, her approval will be left behind. That is not true, member, and you should take great comfort that that is not so. And so the lady who is listening and feels that you are representing her should have great comfort that that is not the case. That NARA is designed to operate.
Internet to explore Spain the way you want it. Discover wonders from the Alhambra and Prado Museum to the stunning lakes of Covadonga. You're just one scan away from connecting to your destination with unlimited data. Get your eSIM.
So what made you build an app? I'm Bigfoot. Got tired of being a myth, so I built an app for men who scream into rivers after cold plunges. Why'd you build an app? Because burnout affects everyone. Now I run a wait list for people trying to manifest their expiration date. You were a creator, right? Yeah, until I built an app that tracks dopamine crashes. Famous saved my soul.
What's your app for? It syncs breathwork with planetary debt cycles. Launched at 11/11, already banned in 4 astral planes.
Wait, your app's real? Built it in 40 seconds. Tracks drones disguised as birds. Famous knew before I did.
To take away from the regular resources that we are encouraging to work even harder. So NARA will not take away from the regular resources.
Sorry, Prime Minister, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as we are clear, it has been a robust debate. And as the Prime Minister is closing, we ask that he be given an additional 15 minutes to complete the presentation.
Hold on, Prime Minister. The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Mike, Prime Minister.
The other area of concern seems to be that it is the Prime Minister who appoints the CEO. So there are different methodologies of appointing CEOs depending on the structure that is employed. It is not unusual for the appointment to be from the Prime Minister for certain entities. No, there are some entities that the Governor General appoints. But it's not unusual for the Prime Minister to, or the minister in charge of the industry, the ministry to appoint. I want to be clear that the post of CEO for NARA was internationally advertised. Internationally. We got several dozen applications, many of them from all over the world. We appointed a very high-level interview panel, review committee. I don't have the members who are on it, but I know I should probably say, just to be clear, the cabinet secretary, my recollection, the head of the Port Authority, Professor Gordon Shirley, who also is the chair of our Police Services Commission, the head of the Transformation Implementation Unit, the TIU, was also a member, and a few other persons. So there is no involvement of me directly or personally in vetting any CVs or shortlisting anyone. I want that to be publicly known. So there is a distance, a healthy distance between myself and the process of finding, interviewing. I also want to point out that there seems to be a concern about concentration. I've heard that centralization is a term used. That NARA seems to centralize power and authority in, sometimes the criticism is centralizes it in the CEO or centralizes it in the minister. In the executive model, it is a deliberate strategy.
We can't catch you back again with people trying to understand. Did you see data? Yeah, I saw it.
The lack of performance. Because you can't point at anyone to say you are responsible. And so when Dr. Carlton Davies crafted it, he said, you know, the rationale, he said that the primary, well, let me not say that, let me go ahead. The rationale was to ensure that
I never can stay up watch him all the time, you know, because I have to get a little dose off my journey of morning.
One focal point for which accountability can be.
That time I go now where I can't sleep good, you know?
Was the idea. And I would want Jamaicans to appreciate that your government is very sensitive to any concentration, any centralization that may lead to unregulated, unwieldy executive power. That's not our intention. But at the same time, Jamaica is in a different phase of its development. And we can claim to be in a different phase of our development because we have gone through a phase of our development where we haven't really analyzed it yet. In the sense, Madam Speaker, that our accountability, our anti-corruption and oversight framework is probably the most robust in the Caribbean.
What?
We spend
You know which Caribbean?
billions
You're mad, you're mad.
When you look at, so if you look at our oversight capabilities and what we have built, we have let's start with the Auditor General.
Yeah.
And try and
Me
look at
a link on the man. Me a link all over me can link. All over me can link.
nothing is exempt.
All over me can meet up with.
The Auditor General has moved from doing post audits to doing real-time audits. They have moved from doing
And every time the Auditor General find out in a one piece of problem.
We have the Integrity Commission.
Where you no like.
We have
Okay, them a court.
the Corruption Prevention Act, which defines in a very comprehensive way corruption and as an entity to prosecute it. Outside
But in
of that,
our
we have MOCA, not a part of the IC framework, but acts in that way on specific major organized corruption activity. Then we have the PAAC. Bear in mind that the PAAC is
but not now come out and none of them the entity we did it.
maybe 20, yeah. I brought the resolution to this house to reinstate the PAAC. And it has been very effective and was reformed to be the oversight of Parliament of the economic program of fiscal rules. Our budget now must go through the PAAC. There is no entity of government that can escape the oversight of the PAAC, and that body is chaired by the opposition and must continue to be chaired by the opposition. It is important.
But not now come out right. I'll
Chaired
let
by the
down
opposition.
up not now.
So the oversight function of the government apparatus is significant. So when I spoke earlier about ensuring that legislation is efficient, you can't come back here now and then legislate a new framework separate and apart from the framework that is already legislated. We have a strong framework. Let the framework for oversight work. Every day, listen, the persons who are advocates for anti-corruption, they must continue to push. You can't ease up because you don't want government to become relaxed.
But you know nobody now held accountable.
Has to be careful that it does not smother and suffocate the effectiveness of the public bureaucracy by an overlaying of procedures that have no relevance to outcomes. So we have gone through this phase in our development where we have been highly focused on anti-corruption. We must continue, but we are now going into a different phase where we have to ensure that our bureaucracy is efficient. It is not a wiping away or an undermining or a dismissing of the anti-corruption frameworks. No, it is. We will continue to push that and continue to spend the billions of dollars on it. But democracy must deliver prosperity. And I am not the only one speaking in frustration about the slow pace of the government. It is said on both sides. This is what we meant when we say we have to pivot. So I think I've captured most of the issues. And again, I want to thank all the members who have participated, who have contributed. It has enriched the bill. And it is my hope that on this matter, the public record would be that the Parliament, by acclamation, supported the bill rather than history record a divide on this momentous moment. Madam Speaker, I now ask for the second reading of the bill.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
A bill entitled, An Act to Make Provision for the Management and Implementation of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction and Resilience Efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience, generally rather, and Resilience Authority, and for connected matters read a second time.
Marshall? The House House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
You know what? The Parliament are not done tonight.
We are now in committee. Minister, would you be so kind as to indicate, as per our usual procedure, how you wish to proceed?
Madam Speaker, we have some amendments to the bill. We do not have any amendments to clause 1, so you can put clause 1.
Members, the question is that we put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I know that the amendment sheet would have been distributed. In clause 2, in the definition of approving entity, we want to delete the words local authority or public body and substitute, therefore, the words public entity. That's one amendment. Second amendment to clause 2. In the definition of public body, delete the words but does not include an executive agency designated under the Executive Agencies Act. And the third amendment for clause 2, insert in their correct alphabetical sequence the following definitions. Public entity means a department or an agency of the government, a local authority or a public body. And Madam Speaker, we have accepted the recommendation of the member from Eastern Portland to give a definition to resilience. And that is resilience in relation to disaster and climate change means the capacity of communities, infrastructure, institutions, economic and environmental systems to A, anticipate, prepare for, and reduce the adverse effects of disasters and climate change. B, absorb and plan for the impacts of disasters so as not to sustain catastrophic damage or loss. C, recover from the adverse effects of disasters in a manner that 1, restores and where practicable improves upon pre-disaster conditions. 2, reduces or eliminates future vulnerability to the effects of disasters and climate change. 3, maintains or improves the social well-being, economic productivity, and environmental integrity of affected communities. I wish to put clause 2.
You may go ahead, Opposition Leader.
Yeah, before clause 2 is put, I noticed that there's a subsection 2 in clause 2. I have no objection to the amendments as proposed to clause 2. I had pointed out that the exclusion of executive agencies in the original bill could be problematic, and I see that that exclusion is being deleted. But in subsection 2, or subclause 2 of clause 2, it allows the minister by order to amend a definition in the act. Normally, powers to amend given to a minister in relation to legislation deal with things like monetary value, such as fines, because those over time can become redundant and so on. But to amend the drafting of a provision, a definition, in this case a definition of works, is very unusual. We don't normally give a single person in the executive the power to amend legislation, especially without it being subject to affirmative resolution, having to come to the House and the Senate for approval, because the legislation itself has been passed by the House and the Senate, or will have been before this can become law. So I think if your intent to keep a provision allowing the definition of works, which seems very comprehensive already, I'm not sure why it was seen to be necessary to have a provision allowing the minister to amend the definition of works. It's a very comprehensive definition. Works includes A, the carrying out of any of the following activities, namely construction,
You seems like they're not done tonight, you know, Nadi.
altering,
I
manufacturing,
never try to
processing,
keep up with them
fabrication,
tonight. I was
erection,
not this to me.
instrumentation, installation, fitting out, improvement, commissioning, decommissioning, demolition, clearance, land remediation, maintenance, repair, and renovation involved with building.
Nervous about your driving test? Prepare with the Driving Test Routes app.
The carrying out of the activities referred to in the paragraph I just read. It's a very broad, it's an immensely broad provision as is. I'm not sure what the motivation was to allow the minister to alter it. But if that's going to happen, that must come to Parliament in our submission.
What can't ramp with market Jeep online? Oh, we're beating up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue raised about the power to alter the definition is one that I have also noted and would ask that it be made subject to affirmative resolution. One. Secondly, in light of the clarification provided by Minister Morgan, given the definition of procure and how wide it is to say by any means, since the intention is that the procurement would take place in accordance with regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act, perhaps an amendment of that section would be advisable. To have procure mean the acquisition of goods, works, or services by any means is very wide. But the clarification was provided that it really will be done in accordance with the regulations that would be promulgated under Section 3 of the Procurement Act. So I am proposing for consideration that the definition be amended to read, procure means the acquisition of goods, works, or services in accordance with the regulations promulgated
under the Procurement Act,
including where necessary purchase. It's really substituting by any means with a reference to what has been stated is intended to be in accordance
regulations to be promulgated
under the Procurement Act.
The third point in relation to clause 2 is the definition of
approving entity. And it captures, it states that it means a local authority or public body that exercises any statutory, regulatory, administrative, or operational function, where the exercise of that function is required for the implementation, execution, or delivery of an approved reconstruction and resilience project or a designated strategic investment project, including functions relating to A, physical planning and development controls, building controls, including the issuance of building permits and the conduct of inspections, land subdivision, land use and zoning, environmental management, natural resource conservation and environmental permits, approvals relating to water supply, sewage and drainage, roads, highways and transportation infrastructure, electricity, telecommunications and other utility services, and disaster risk management and hazard mitigation. In light of the concerns raised and how approving entity is used in the bill, including at clause 24, subclause 2, I'm just wondering, how is it contemplated that the exercise of the statutory functions and the regulatory functions will not be problematic.
Thank
Member
you.
Green and then opposition leader and members, would you please do not engage in repeating comments made by others, because once we get into that mode, we will be here forever. So please only limit your comments to additional information you would like to offer instead of repeating suggestions made by other members. Thank you. Member
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the suggestion of the member from West Central in relation to in clause 2, definition of works, that we insert the phrase that the minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution. I think that would satisfy the leader of the opposition, just to ensure that there's oversight in relation to any change to the definition, but still achieve the overall objectives of its inclusion. Outside of that, Madam Speaker, I think when the members spoke in relation to procurement, I think there is a need for any changes in relation to that definition. I think clearly this law is subject to other laws and regulations that are part of our framework, and I think in relation to clause 2.1, approving entity, but I think member Ford really put it on the
Walking
table
makes you
as to
old.
how it would operationalize.
Tai Chi walking makes you young.
I do not believe there any change is needed in relation to that part of clause 2. So I would suggest that any change outside of the changes already in relation put forward the amendment that part of clause amendment to include. So I would suggest order subject to outside of the changes already put forward the amendments that we also amend to include by order subject to affirmative resolution in 2A.
Member,
Yes, if I may just,
after opposition leader, then Member Hilton.
just two comments. I'm trying to be brief. The Prime Minister gave an assurance that there would be an order made under the Public Procurement Act. And in fact, I think Minister Morgan repeated that in his presentation on the bill today. Absent that, on the face of it, the two pieces of legislation don't synchronize. So I think the member from West Central's point is there ought to be a reference, if it is the intention that there will be an order under the Public Procurement Act that addresses how procurement by NARA is to take place, with a framework which we hope will be one which ensures sufficient transparency and accountability in relation to the procurement by NARA, given the massive projects which it is expected to handle. I think there ought to be a reference. So I would support that point. The other point I want to make, there's no definition of projects in the bill. Now, in clause 4, which is the functions of the authority, there are numerous references to the word project. Elsewhere in the bill, there are two categories of projects. There are the approved, I want to get the phrase correct, the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which as I understand it would be driven by the cabinet and would be public sector projects largely, though they could have partners. And then there are the private sector ones, which are the designated strategic investment projects. Those are two kind of terms of art used in the bill elsewhere. Those two. Now, what isn't clear is whether NARA is limited to those two categories of projects: the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are driven by the government, and the designated strategic investment projects, which are driven by the private sector, or whether under clause 4 of the bill, it is anticipated that NARA would also be able to embark on other projects not necessarily driven by cabinet. And that's an important policy decision which I think should be clear in the legislation. So if that were so, if the feeling was that two categories of projects are really what NARA is to concern itself with, then there should really be a definition of projects in clause 2 in the appropriate alphabetical sequence that says projects means approved reconstruction or resilience projects and
Teach them,
strategic
Marty.
investment projects. So that would clarify that the regime which is created in other parts of the Act, which is a developed regime, would be limited to those things, and that there isn't scope for other things that don't fall under that. If that is the intent. If it's not the intent, then I think it should be made clear that it's adding words such other projects as NARA may choose or may execute from time to time, or something along those lines. But the use of the word projects on its own, when you have those two categories used elsewhere, to my mind, creates a certain lack of clarity as to the scope of NARA, which is, I don't think we should have that lack of clarity.
Yes. Minister Morgan, I know you are piloting would you allow Member Hilton to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Marlene, better watch her back behind.
Leader of opposition observation is particularly critical to
Them alter like hell.
clause 21 and subsection 2 that looks at the notwithstanding provision of any other enactment to the contrary. Then it will give a even wider scope, and they should define work and narrow the scope of the procurement exceptions. It will really
Them a correct down, them a try correct, but they're not correct one part of it.
governance and
They know if PMP ever take them off.
structure that has emerged from 21 subsection 2. The notwithstanding provision takes away from any limitation. So I think the point made by the leader is critical if you're going to have language like notwithstanding any other provision or enactment to the contrary.
Thanks, Member Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. We have no challenge in accepting the amendment to clause 2, subsection 2.
Appear correction, this is a madness then they come with you. Unless it's a madness.
The definition of works subject to affirmative resolution. As it relates to the other amendments suggested, I just want to mention that though, and as it was said before, the law does not specifically outline a regime of procurement, it does come under the authority of the Public Procurement Act. And I will repeat again, section 3, subsection 3, where the minister will or may, minister may by order.
No, don't put the word may, don't accept the word may.
That this act or any provision thereof shall not apply, and the minister will be bringing a resolution as it relates to the list of projects. NARA's authority will be restrained to the projects approved by cabinet, which is the list of projects. And we have said that on numerous times, as a matter of fact, those projects will come here. So there is no contemplation that NARA will be doing every project in Jamaica. That's not the policy direction, that's not in the statute.
Well
so
put it clear, make we understand it.
As amended.
Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say that if we legislate that something can be done by any means, it means that it can be done by any means. And if the intention is that the procurement is to be done in accordance with the regulations, just a minute. I appreciate the concerns about the slowness in procurement, and they are real. I mean, all of us here have experienced it. But if the answer is really that the intention is to have the procurement done.
1-2-GO will get you to your destination at the touch of a button on your smartphone. Booking bus tickets to your next intended
Objective of legislating that the procurement is to be done by any means.
Thank you, Member.
Madam Speaker, we hear the member and we put clause 2 as amended.
The question is that we put the amendment to clause 2 as written. Those in favor? Those against? Divide. Clerk?
Mr. Azan? Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Bartlett?
Members, could you answer loud enough that the clerk is able to hear? We will need to move quickly because we will have a lot of divides if we're not. Right.
Mr. Brown? Dr. Brownberg? Dr. Brownberg? Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Bunting? Ms. Birchow? Dr. Campbell? Dr. Chang? Mr. Charles? Mr. Chuck? Mr. Clark? Mr. Cousins? Mr. Crawford? Miss Crawford? Miss Crawford? Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn? Miss Daly? Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert? Dr. Dawes? Mr. Golden? Mr. Gordon? Miss Grange? Mr. Green? Ms. Hamilton? Mr. Ailes? Mr. Ines? Dr. Onis? Mr. Ilton? Mr. Jackson? Ms. Jess? Ms. Jess? Ms. Lee? Mrs. Marlene Mallow-Fort? Ambassador Marks? Mr. Main? Mr. Mackenzie? Mrs. Miller-Bennett? Mr. Montague? Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morris? Miss Morrison? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Mr. Newell? Mr. Paulwell? Mr. Phillips? Ms. Perkins? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Dr. Russell? Mr. Samuda? Mr. Seavright? Ms. Shaw? Mr. Smith? Mr. Terrelong? Dr. Tufton? Mr. Darrell Vaz? Mr. Dwayne Vaz? Mr. Warmington? Dr. Wheatley?
Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Whittle,
I think they want change one clause and she did ask if they agree and it's like you never sound by the sound she could have determined. So the clause them have go through and a change, we have to change.
members, ayes 31, nays 26, abstain 1, absent 4. It carries. So the amendment passes.
Yeah. The new wording with the subject to affirmative resolution, when the minister read it, he put it in the wrong place. It needs to be the minister made by order subject to affirmative resolution. Alter paragraph A of the definition of work.
Read it again.
I tell you say about a clown them. I chose so much people are lick out, man. Because we lick out, you know. But they still not change the part where I don't want to give the Prime Minister all the upper hand. I want to hear that change.
continue the count, and tally is absolutely correct. The amendments passed based on the vote. I now put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make a marginal, in the margin, a change in clause 3 where we're going to delete the words "the," and I would like to put clause 3.
Opposition leader.
I have a two proposed amendments to clause 3. I want to move the following amendment, that there be a subclause 3 added that would state that the function, and the reason for this proposed amendment is the fact that in clause 25 of the bill, where it speaks to designating these strategic investment projects, these designated strategic investment projects, one of the criteria for doing so is that the project contributes to the achievement of the purposes of the Act. And the Act lacks any statement of its purposes. So I wish to make that clear by adding a subsection 3 to the clause 3 that would say the purposes of this Act are are to establish a statutory framework, and I'm taking this language from the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. So it would say, the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. B, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities arising due to climate-related disasters. And D, to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Those are all lifted from there, except rather than, the only change I've suggested is that rather than make a specific reference to Hurricane Melissa, since this is going to be, there may be other events, I just said climate-related disasters.
Opposition leader, are you finished?
I am finished for that,
yeah. You may go ahead.
All I would say is that that exact suggestion was a matter that was contemplated in deep detail with the legal advisors of the government, and we were advised not to pursue that route. I wish to put clause 3.
Members, those in favor? Those against? Divide. Go ahead. Go ahead, opposition leader.
The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons is strictly speaking not part of the legislation. It's attached to a bill to guide the House. But when the Act passes and it's printed in the revised laws of Jamaica, you will not see it. So this is why it is important, given that there's a specific reference, as I've said in clause 25, to the purposes of the Act, that those purposes should be manifest when you read the Act. Whatever the legal advisors to the government may say, this is a lacuna, a gap, and it's a serious omission. Yes.
was saying, Madam Speaker, and I repeat it again. We had a discussion, both at Legislative Committee and otherwise, about this exact matter that the member is raising, and we have been advised that this is not something that we should transport from the objects and reasons and put into the bill, as it is not necessary.
Right. The members called for divide. Clark.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett,
Hey, I forgot my bed, yeah?
Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Miss Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Crawford, Miss Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams Delroy, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Fable Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Thank you. The clause carries. Clause 3 with a vote tally of 32 ayes, 27 nays, and 3 persons being absent. Minister, clause 4.
I wish to make a marginal correction in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and then I wish to put clause 4.
Madam Chair.
Position leader.
Madam Chair, I have a question and a proposed amendment. My question is for the Prime Minister. Where there are references in 4 to projects, first of all, it talks about the authority being responsible for the administration of this act, including the preparation, implementation, and oversight of national reconstruction and resilience projects. And then there are several references
in the lettered paragraphs to the word projects on its own. And I asked the question, or I had suggested an amendment that we define what projects means for the purposes of this act. Specifically, my question for you, the scope of activities would be limited to the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which is a regime that where there's a register and so on for that, and it has to be approved by cabinet, and perhaps the so-called designated strategic investment projects, which are the ones that have to be at least 15 million US, and there's a regime around that as well. Are those the two categories of projects that fall within the scope of this act, or is the act also embracing other projects? We don't know what the scope of them would be. That's what I'd like clarity on.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me see if I can bring some clarity to the question raised by the Leader of the Opposition. NARA will undertake projects that are exclusive to the government, public works, projects that are exclusively funded by the government. NARA will also undertake projects that could be considered public-private partnerships. And NARA provides an avenue for projects that are considered strategic, which will be privately executed, but may benefit from the expedited approvals and permitting process or any other advantage or incentive that the government may offer. So essentially, there would be two types of projects. Projects that are public and projects that are private. Essentially, whatever is registered on the list of projects, on what we call approved projects, which we will have to make an amendment, approved projects by cabinet to include the projects that the government will undertake specifically and designated strategic projects. So if you were asking earlier for a definition of projects, and I think a safer way would be to say that projects that the undertakings that appear in the approved register by cabinet, those would be what we term projects. I think that would be add a little bit more clarity, if it is that it is needed to define what is a project. Because the truth is, Chairman and member, NARA cannot execute undertakings that are not approved by cabinet and appear in the register.
Opposition Leader, next would have been the member from St. James West Central. Member from St. James West Central, I believe the Opposition Leader would like to do a follow-up in respect of his question. Would you be so kind as to permit?
Yes, so thank you for that. Prime Minister, the register deals with the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are the ones that cabinet would have approved and would involve public resources. And then there's the designated strategic investment projects, which are private sector driven, but are also subject to some of the benefits that NARA can bring to them. So those are the two broad categories, and that's how projects should be construed in accordance with this act. That is what I wasn't seeking to define project other than to define the scope of NARA in relation to projects, because without that being clarified, one could argue that it could do other things as well, which I don't think is what the government intends. Okay. I also have an amendment to clause 4, but I'll defer to, if you'd like.
Just go ahead, Opposition Leader. Then we'll take the member from St. James West and then the member from Portland East.
I would like to propose an amendment to clause 4, subclause 1, and it is to re-letter the existing I to become J and to insert a new I. And the and at the end of H would move to the end of I, so, because the I would now be the penultimate paragraph. And it would say, it would read as follows. And this is reading from the opening words, what the drafters call the chapeau.
We forgot we bed now.
The things that the authority shall do or shall not.
All I know, well, one hear a lot tonight. Really, all up good.
Not
go and watch then.
Discriminate
if we fall asleep, we
on
fall
the grounds
asleep.
of political affiliation, comma, religion, comma, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. I'll read it again.
Leader.
Huh?
Oh, not finished.
No,
Go ahead.
I'll say it again. J would read, and the word shall precedes it. J, not discriminate on the grounds of political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. Gender.
Madam Chair.
Prime Minister, a moment, please. Member Russell, here, turn your mic on, please. And members, could you not turn your mics on at all until you're recognized?
Madam Chair, I can appreciate the attempt of the leader of the opposition to ensure that every element of concern is legislated in the bill. But the truth is that our Constitution already makes it absolutely clear that you cannot discriminate on any of the grounds that he has raised. And the remedies for that are already well established. The purpose of the legislation is to be efficient. I can understand you want to make sure that everything is, but I think the leader of the opposition is going a bit too far and being very redundant in some of the things being proposed.
Madam Speaker,
Opposition leader.
I'm mindful of the fact that Section 18, Clause 18, says that programs for reconstruction and resilience, those are NARA's programs that it develops and so on, have to identify all relevant persons involved and their respective roles in the delivery of the program. That has to go to Cabinet as a submission. And that augments the concern that I have as to the potential for political victimization in how NARA operates, because it's a creature of the executive. And we all know on this side, and I dare say that side would have felt this way in the past as well, when they were not in government, that political victimization is real and is a major concern for persons who are politically involved, especially at the grassroots level, but also professionals and business people. And so that is why I have proposed that amendment.
Thanks, Opposition Leader. Next is the member from St. James West Central. After that is the member from Portland East, then the member from St. Anne South, and then the member from St. Catherine South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeking some clarification. The reference to cause projects, programs, and plans to include standards, specifications, and requirement. This is at clause 4.1f, as whether the intention is to have new standards created, or are they referring to existing legal standards? So, for example, if you look at the newest piece of legislation in the among the laws that are impacted, you have the Building Act of 2018, and Part 3 speaks of the National Building Code. And when the act was being done, the code, the documents, the law provided what would comprise the National Building Code. And it says the documents are the International Building Code as modified by the following documents, each of which is declared by the Bureau of Standards to be a standard specification pursuant to Section 7 of the Standards Act and published February 2009. That is to say, Jamaica Standards, Jamaica Application Document for the International Existing Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Residential Code Document, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Fire Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Energy Conservation Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Plumbing Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Property Maintenance Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Mechanical Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Private Sewage Disposal Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Fuel Gas Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Code, Council Electrical Administrative Provision and National Electric Code, and other things. So we have legal standards which refer to international standards. And the question is whether the intention is to utilize the existing standards that are part of our law and which can be adapted, both adopted and adapted, or to introduce completely different standards not already part of the law or part of the system that we use for adoption and adaptation. That's the first question. The other question relates to how subclause 4 is drafted. So subclause 4 says the authority shall, if lawful and practicable, utilize existing capacity, resources, facilities and systems in government which may be appropriately co-opted for the purposes of this act. This is the only place if lawful is utilized, and it begs the question whether something that is not lawful can be had resort to in other place. I know it couldn't be the intention that you can resort to anything unlawful, but the way it is drafted here begs the question and calls for some clarification. So I would propose that since page 6, clause 4, subclause 4, the act shall, the authority shall, if lawful and practicable. I understand the practicable, but if you're saying if lawful, then it begs the question whether in other places it can resort to unlawful matters. And especially since the law is asking for such wide powers to amend other laws.
Thank you, Chairman. Right. Mr. Prime Minister, just seeking clarity for one thing. I know that the leader of opposition would have raised the issue of definition and projects. I heard your response, but I'm just suggesting that in light of your response, it can be accepted or rejected, but I'm thinking that projects actually needs to be clearly defined. Okay, but I would suggest simply because in your explanation, you gave a distinction between public and private, or government interest versus private. And just suggesting that in relation to projects, that an inclusion of natural disaster relief efforts to be distinct from building construction. So that, just to say, so that there's no conflict with section 25 and section 19.3, and I had raised it the last time and it was fixed at resilience, but when it speaks of the development of projects and programs and plans shall prioritize, there's a gap in relation to projects remaining undefined. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The two things. First, the Prime Minister in his summation. All right, let me go to the other one since the Prime Minister is distracted. Minister, when you were doing your summation, you spoke about the need to use it as a learning opportunity and the fact that the systems will get better as a result of NARA. So, in all of the functions of NARA, there's no mention of its role in helping to streamline and strengthen the systems of the existing government system. So I would like to propose proposing a clause. Sorry? We're at 4.1, and I'm suggesting 4.1F after F to insert a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies. I'm sorry? Continue. So the suggested amendment is to include a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies in the approval, permitting, and implementation processes across ministries, agencies, and departments. Or across public entities, if you prefer.
Imagine having good phone and still can't see anything. Auntie, I know your phone and your eye.
Construction activities of NARA, and this would allow us to learn and for the systems to get better as a result. My second point, which I'd like the Prime Minister to hear, relates to a comment which the Prime Minister made, which suggested that NARA will not use the resources of existing government agencies. However, what we have at 4.4 allows the authority to do that, because it can, legally or not, utilize existing capacities, resources, facilities, and systems of government, which may be appropriately co-opted, right? So it does give it the power to co-opt existing resources. So it goes against the intent as explained by the Prime Minister. Yes?
Member, are you through with your questions?
I am, yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at, I think that this is probably the most appropriate place if we were going to include mandatory environment impact assessments. I don't see it anywhere. No, I'm just asking. I didn't see it anywhere else, and I thought that this would be a good place for it. Did I miss it? Because if I didn't miss it, I think that it is important. No, even to say we are necessary. I mean, I'd like to know that we are in fact protecting the environment, and that we are making sure that these kind of T's are crossed and I's dotted in this regard.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a moment, please. You know, Member Jackson actually was before.
I can yield if that's the case.
Yours was covered, thank you. Minister Samuda?
Madam Chair, there is absolutely nothing in this piece of legislation that is in conflict with the Standards Act. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only person in this house on either side that has sat as chair of the Standards Council. So I can say so with a fair degree of comfort, because literally this is an unnecessary point. So, Madam Chair, I would encourage you as a former chair of the Standards Council. I don't believe the member from East Kingston chaired it. I know you'd have appointed chairs. I don't believe the member from Western St. Andrew would have chaired the Standards Council, though you'd have appointed members. Correct? I can assure you, the Standards Council and its legislative remit is not in question in this particular matter. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, to put this matter to a vote, because it is not in contravention of anything related to the Bureau of Standards. And I am certain of that. So please put it to a vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to respond in short. One, we cannot use NARA as a catch-all for all issues of efficiency. To the member from St. Anne, and the Minister Samuda would have responded to the matter related to 4F, and I just want to say that it will be in accordance with the existing laws of Jamaica. I don't think there is anything else for me to respond to. Can we put the matter to a vote? That's the I that you... Yeah, but the Prime Minister has already addressed it. With the Constitution of Jamaica, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, it's not the same thing. No, what I'm saying is, to echo what the Prime Minister said, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, as well as the Constitution of Jamaica, address it.
Opposition Leader, let me just make sure I clarify. Are you saying that you would like to put to a vote the amendment you're recommending? I would like the Minister to tell me what he feels about that, because I find that to be quite abnormal, and I would not, no, I would never go there. What we put to a vote in the House are the amendments clause by clause being referred to the House by the Minister piloting the bill, and what Minister, hold on, Opposition Leader, and where there are differences in views, as in the case where you are of the view that you would like to have a vote on your amendment, that is done through the process of a divide if you are not in a position to support the clause. All right, go ahead. Hold on, one at a time.
Yes.
Opposition Leader first.
Yes. Just to say that...
Hold on, Opposition Leader, and after that, we go to the Minister piloting the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, Opposition Leader.
There's no provision in the Constitution that I'm aware of that protects individuals from political discrimination. Secondly, enforcing constitutional rights requires going to court and all of the expense that that entails. The advantage of putting a provision in here where the body itself, NARA, would have a specific obligation not to discriminate on those grounds would be that the CEO and staff of NARA would know that their own statute directs them not to do that. And given that there are other provisions which require all individuals involved in projects to be disclosed to the cabinet and so on for the cabinet to approve, there is a real risk of a perception of that arising. This is why I think it's an important amendment, and if you won't put it to the vote, we will just have to answer to you when you put the clause without it.
Yes, that is perfect, opposition leader.
Chair, wish to put clause 4.
No, but sorry, Minister, you didn't respond to my second point.
No, member, you asked what is the mischief. I've not been in the House for as long as many of the members, but the day we get to that place where we start voting on pieces of amendments, it goes into a totally different realm. No, we are not there. Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Remember that the only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "did."
Sorry, but my question...
I am putting clause 4 with the amendment. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man, but...
Divide. Clark? No, leader of opposition business. Do you have a different point? Do you have a different point? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Mr. Azan?
The chair doesn't pilot the bill in our members. So if the minister who is piloting the bill has asked me to put the amendments, he has already asked. The minister is piloting the bill.
Thank you very much.
Members.
Yes, Madam Chair, the simple point I wish to put and to make is that any member, any one of us, can propose an amendment to any section in committee
that's
of the
not
bill.
In question.
Madam
Chair, in contention.
Madam Chair,
that's not in contention.
Your role is really to allow the members to speak.
No, I take offense to that. No. Leader of opposition business, if you do note, the chair has allowed for amendments to be proposed. The amendments are proposed. I am saying to you, leader of opposition business, that to start an exercise where we are voting on the proposed amendment of any member is out of the norm. What we vote on is the amendment that is being put forward by the person piloting the bill. And all members of the House have the opportunity to vote yea, nay, to call a divide and vote accordingly. Minister,
just on a point of clarification, Chairman, the leader of the opposition pointed out that he's not aware of anywhere in the Constitution that speaks to discrimination on the basis of one's politics. My information, and I stand to be corrected, is that the Constitution does speak to one's political opinion. So we just, well, you know, one's opinion could equate to an affiliation as well. So I just want that for the record, Madam Chair, that the requirement for this to be included would be redundant.
Chair, can we have...
Put your mic on. So members, no, it doesn't make sense to turn on your mic again, member. We are finished. The person who is piloting the bill, for your understanding, has already indicated that we should put the clause as he is putting forward. Two options are available to us. We vote yea, nay, or we call for a divide. And members, I am asking that we do not go down the rabbit hole of attempting to introduce something very new to the parliament. So as leader of opposition business said, members, every single member is allowed to put forward any recommendation you would like. That is not a challenge. However, the person piloting the bill ultimately will say to all of us in the House, this is what I am putting to the House for a vote. So we will not start a process of voting on what you would like to vote on. House Leader?
Chair, we already put the clause with the amendment that we noted, which is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and I'm asking you to put that clause. Clause 4 as amended.
The question is that we put clause 4 as amended and a divide has been called. Clerk?
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malihu Fort, Mrs. Malihu Fort,
I'm saying the proposal is already covered in section 13(3)(b) of the Constitution.
Member
So it's
Malihu Fort,
unnecessary.
you are required to vote yea or nay or abstain.
Mrs. Malihu Fort, your vote?
What did you vote, member? Because I did not hear that.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, member. Go ahead.
Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Mr. Morris, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Miss Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Miss Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Favor Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Guys, me know that I wait, but me go sleep now. Wanna still a watch, man? Well, alright, no go and watch.
There's only one chairman, you know. One. No, that's the rule. Please, follow the rule. I asked what was the vote of the member. No, I couldn't hear her. I heard the member beside her answer for her. She said something about... You can pull it. Member Malahoo Ford, what was your vote?
Yes.
No, members. No, I heard her discussing something about an amendment. However, members, it doesn't make sense, you know, like part of it is for us to also learn. I am happy to learn. So Member Daly, the reason why you cannot vote after you have stepped in, which the opposition knows, particularly those who have been in the House before last year, they're aware. Once you're not here when your name is called, that's it. However, if a member wants to change their vote, up until the time that we have tallied and announced the tally, they are at liberty to do so. So whatever the member voted, the member is able to change her vote if she so chooses. Member, but pardon me? No, you were not in the chamber, Member Daly. Tally, please.
Hold on.
Member Charles, Chairman, what is it, sir?
1 second. It is very important for the records. This is not a matter of change of vote. And I can say this as somebody who is right beside the member. It is a matter of clarification of what was heard. And the hold on, luckily in this case, the member also, in her preamble to her vote, explained herself, unlike the rest of us. And in her explanation, she was very clear as to what she said about 13 being the Constitution.
Member Charles,
a nay vote would make no
Member
sense.
Charles, you are absolutely correct because it was in her explanation
Exactly. So
that I appreciate.
It's a clarification.
Yes, and members, Erskine May, paragraph 2586, if any member of the Lords by mistake votes in a wrong lobby, they must wait until the others in that lobby have voted and then ask the tellers not to count their vote. The tellers then accompany the member of Lords concerned to the table and look, No, she did. She did. She said that's not what she voted. And no. And Mr. Cousins, I don't know why you'd like to be here forever. Okay? But the member's explanation, which I listened to, did not accord. She was actually objecting to the amendment being suggested. That's what I got from her statement. So let me tell you, members, the ayes 32, the nays 27, and absent 3. Members, the clause carries as amended. Next clause,
I wish
of the
to
bill.
put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments. I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
5, 6, and 7 without amendments. Members, the principality in the bill, that's not a joke, you know. 5, 6, and 7. You don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her.
So what, go ahead.
Angela Brown-Burke. Members, I name Angela Brown-Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member outside. Standing order under Rules of Order number 43, subsection 2. The Speaker or Chair shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of the day's sitting and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order. Member Angela Brown-Burke, member.
Madam Speaker.
House
Madam
Leader.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby move. Madam Speaker, I hereby move that the member for St. Andrews South be suspended for the rest of the duration.
Those against? Clark? Members.
Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, our chairman, the motion that is being moved is that the member for Southeast St. Andrew is suspended for the remainder of the sitting.
Members.
Madam.
Marshall, could you please remove
Madam
the member
Chairman.
Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill. I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think the order of the House and dignity of the House must be preserved. And I would invite all members to join in preserving that dignity of the House. You are the members.
Well, look how them can be everybody over at the side of Darrell Valls.
Please follow the rules of the House, members. And yes, if a member behaves out of order, the standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke. Marshall, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove herself from the House? Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me know if she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended.
and resuming the House. Marshall, could you lift the mace, please? Suspending committee. Shawl, could you raise the mace? Shawl, whether they're seated or not, raise the mace. That's the instruction. Members, we're back in the House. Member Angelo Brown-Burke, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. I am asking that you appreciate that you have been named by the chair in committee and you are named by the Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct. Member, at no time can you grab the mace in Parliament. Not even in jest, member. And not in protest either, member Burchell.
Guys, Mrs. Ola still there watching out. Wanna see the drama we are going in our house?
Members,
I bed me now, you know.
member, do not leave. Member, do not leave. None of you. Members,
Just said nobody not feel you, they know the Prime Minister gone out.
members, again, I'm at the House. I am going to ask that we put to a vote the removal of the member. Yes. House Leader.
Southeast or southwest? Southwest. Madam Speaker, in accordance with...
No, unfair. Look how Darrell Vaz behaved since night.
There's no debate. In accordance with Standing Order 43-4, I move that the member for St. Andrew Southwest, St. Andrew Southwest, be suspended for the duration of the rest of the sitting of the House.
Those in favor?
Madam Speaker.
Those against? Those against? No, that's not allowed. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it.
What is this? Me feel sleeper coming now, you know? She never say when Darrell
Members, I am going to suspend the sitting of the House for 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:50. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bully is me I use in our house, man. A bully is me I use in our house. Hello everybody. Guys, we're gonna cut off for tonight here. Catching you tomorrow. Thank you for keeping up. Boy, the drama camp. I'm have to try to get asleep.